WBFF in Baltimore. This is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Baltimore County parents concerned with their children's safety. Now they're demanding action from school system leaders with a rally happening today. Plus, we continue to follow the damage from Hurricane Ian as Florida and many parts of the U.S. are trying to recover. The latest conditions across the country and impacts we're seeing here at home. Good morning. It's Monday, October 3rd. We are in the third day of the month already. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Certainly feels like fall and it's gross coming in here today.
Yeah, a lot of windy conditions out there too, Taylor. We're talking about the rain as well and those chilly temperatures. Those numbers, a lot of us are waking up to the 40s right now. This is our look in Towson, and it doesn't look too good out there. You can see the wind kind of flapping that flag around. Where we're seeing some of the heaviest rain is up into Harford County from Bel Air down into Perry Hall and Essex there in Baltimore County. Another area down to the south is where we're still seeing more rain in Annapolis for you. And this is all part of the remnants of Ian. You can actually see that area of low pressure there, that counterclockwise flow that's just sitting out into the Atlantic, and that's continuing to bring more rain into our neck of the woods. So we are going to continue to see these temperatures that are chilly. 46 in Cockeysville and Towson right now, 49 in Baltimore City, 47 in Brooklyn Park. Got to tell you, it is dark out there, and we definitely have those roads that are seeing some ponding, so you want to be aware of that as you head out. Breezy, cool, and wet with off and on showers through the day and more rainy days ahead. Sorry, we're not done with this rain quite yet. We'll see those numbers stay in the 40s. And again, it is going to be wet on your commute this morning. Another look at that full forecast in just a few.
All righty, let's check the Len Stoller traffic network. Oh, and everything's in the green except over here between 695 and 895, but just a little bit of a slowdown. People are getting up and on those roads today as we start our Monday. Now, just 1 month into the school year, we're already seeing video of violent fights at Baltimore County schools. This one just last week. Last year, we saw several fights. Now, one group of parents and community members are taking a stand. Today, they're holding a Safe Schools 911 rally, calling on school officials to do more to keep their students safe. This planned rally arose out of the incident that happened at one Baltimore County school earlier this week.
We're fed up. We're tired.
It was this video that caught fire on.
Yep, that's the video right there that was on social media last week. The family of this girl says she was attacked, and during the school day, other parents who say they're dealing with the exact same thing are following in.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time, and it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
He says they want to send a strong message as high as they can because violence in school needs to stop. Coming up in the next half hour, I'll have more on what you can expect from today's rally. 3 people are hurt after 2 separate incidents in Baltimore County this weekend. The first happened after 9 o'clock Saturday night in Catonsville. Police say 2 people were shot. Their conditions this morning still not clear. The second, around 2:30 in the morning, police say a man was shot multiple times in Owings Mills. He is in critical condition. It's not clear what led up to either shootings. Both are now under investigation. In Anne Arundel County, police are looking for the man they say accidentally fired a gun in the food court of the Arundel Mills Mall. Police say nobody was shot, but 2 people were hurt while running away. Now, this isn't the only chaotic incident we've seen at malls in our area. This massive brawl happening at the Towson Town Center back in February. That resulted in the arrest of 6 teenagers. Police also responded to multiple carjackings in the mall's parking garage. 1 person was arrested in March. 3 teens were arrested in May. Happening today, Mosby and her attorneys must refile its opposition to a gag order. They also have to explain why they should not face punishment for breaking the rules. That's due October 7th. Now, this comes from the judge overseeing City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal charges, proposing sanctions on her defense team. While arguing against a gag order requested by federal prosecutors, Mosby's defense included private responses from potential jurors, which is not allowed. Also happening today, a press conference outside of City Hall to address the proposed plans to scrap the long-awaited West Baltimore skate park. Community activist Doc Cheatham was among those behind the Easterwood Park design. He says the project came about after he noticed children in his neighborhood traveling long distances just to skate at parks miles away. But now, instead of giving kids a new place to skate, Rec and Parks decided to make improvements to the current park. Cheatham says the community is devastated.
We are the Western District. That's the #1 crime place in the state of Maryland for the last 7 years. We have averaged 50 homicides a year. We're trying to find things to get the kids to do. My kids are so heartbroken to find out that they were really that close to getting a skateboard park.
Fox 45 reached out to the Baltimore City Rec and Park Department for a comment. We have not gotten a statement back saying, we have received a statement back saying the focus is on other improvements at the Easterwood Park, including the playground, trails, and basketball courts. Looking ahead this morning, President Biden will visit Puerto Rico with First Lady Jill Biden. This is following Hurricane Ian damage. We'll have more on their visit coming up in our next half hour. In just 1 month, Baltimore City voters will get to vote on term limits. What it could reveal about how city residents are feeling about city leaders. It's a misty, cloudy, cool, and gross morning today with temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at when our region can expect to dry out.
Welcome back. 4:39. The rainy conditions continue. Seems like it's been quite a while since we've seen that sunshine. Obviously, sun not up until after 7 o'clock this morning. But you can see our HD radar right now still bringing in a lot of that wind and that rain. And that means it is going to be a little tough as you're heading out here this morning because we got ponding on the roadways. Overall, if you're out for a run or a jog, maybe want to do something indoors here. Next couple of hours, our temps are in the lower 50s with cool conditions and wet conditions as well. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
Tapping your Vote 2022 coverage this morning, Baltimore City voters will have a say in how long their elected leaders can stay in office. It's thanks to a question they will see on their November ballot. Voters will choose whether to put term limits on city council members and the mayor, as well as the city comptroller. Political analyst John Deedy says the push for term limits shows residents are frustrated with leaders.
because I think a lot of community citizens and activists are frustrated with the political leadership in Baltimore. When you have good political leadership, everyone gets excited. They want these people in power. This isn't the William Donald Schaefer era anymore in Baltimore, where people feel good and positive about the city. They feel more negative about it. And I think that people feel that things aren't getting better. And there's an old expression, a new broom sweeps clean. And I think a lot of people want to see different leadership.
You can find more on term limits on our website, foxbaltimore.com. This Friday, Maryland's highest court will start hearing oral arguments in a lawsuit over counting mail-in ballots before Election Day. The court's decision to hear the case came last Friday, one day after the Court of Special Appeals denied that motion. Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox filed the suit, his attorneys arguing counting before November 8th is unconstitutional. Political analyst John Deedy says this whole debate is far more logistical than political.
It's not for pundits like me or the media. It's basically to ensure election integrity. 2 years ago in Baltimore City, where there were a lot of problems counting ballots, and it took almost about 10 days before we knew that Brandon Scott beat Sheila Dixon.
The bipartisan board has just 10 days after Election Day to verify the vote count. It's required by law here in Maryland. Election leaders say it could take until December or January to complete the count because mail-in ballots have grown in popularity since 2020. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. Indescribable destruction. The critical relief efforts now in motion to help millions pummeled by Hurricane Ian. Our team on the ground and inside the disaster area. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays 9 to 6. A food pantry in Florida is partially opening their doors to help their fellow residents. After the break, a look at the conditions throughout the South following Hurricane Ian. And a live look now over M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens recover from a tough loss here at home. Still to come, a look at how the Bills came out on top.
boats, houses. We watched everything just go flying by. We've lost so much at this point.
Sobering images continue to pour out of Florida and South Carolina, showing the destruction Hurricane Ian left behind. Fort Myers here. On your top left of your screen, you're looking at Fort Myers. Just looks like a war zone there. Daytona Beach is on the top right. They're still dealing with major flooding. And Sanibel Island on the bottom left. Rescue crews are just trying to reach people by helicopter because the only road connecting it to the mainland, gone. And on your bottom right, there's flooding in South Carolina after Ian hit that state as a Category 1 hurricane on Friday. In southwestern Florida, a food pantry is not only dealing with the hurricane and cleaning up, but they're also giving out a whole bunch of supplies to people who desperately need them. The Gladys Food Pantry in Harlem Heights usually distributes food on Wednesdays to about 240 families. When Hurricane Ian hit the area near Fort Myers last Wednesday, the distribution was canceled. Since then, pantry workers have been busy giving out the supplies that were not affected by the storm, despite the facility damage.
I mean, when the storm came, we lost power. We don't have any water. I mean, all my food is spoiled in the refrigerator. So, I mean, I was just passing through and I just so happened to see this over here and I was like, I'm going to stop because we need supplies. The stores are overcrowded. You have to wait in line. No cash only, credit or debit. I mean, can't get any cash. ATMs aren't working. So I have 3 kids. So I have to get some supplies to feed them.
3 kids. Yeah, Ortiz says the pantry is a lifeline for many residents who are already struggling from the skyrocketing cost of food and housing. This is what we know now about the situation in Florida. Hundreds of thousands of people still without power this morning. Nearly 80 people in Florida are dead. That number is expected to grow as the emergency crews go door to door searching for survivors. President Joe Biden and the First Lady will travel to Florida today to survey the damage. Today, they'll have a tour of that damage that Hurricane Fiona left behind in Puerto Rico. In Florida, Senator Rick Scott is calling for an investigation into Lee County's response into the hurricane. County officials issued evacuation orders less than 24 hours before the storm hit, and a day after several neighboring counties issued theirs. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our forecast here, which has been wet and gross, but not nearly as bad as what we've seen in Florida and South Carolina. Yeah, exactly right, Taylor. I mean, this is all we talked about last week, how the remnants of Ian would be here for the weekend, and that's what we had. We saw those showers and the thunderstorms and also some of the wet weather that will continue to be with us for the next couple of days, but it definitely moved in over the weekend, and this is how it starts for the week. You can see it right now, our HD radar still bringing some moderate rain here. Bel Air down into Perry Hall, right around Towson and over to Essex, kind of the outer loop of the Beltway is where we're seeing some of the moderate rain at this time. Down to the south, you're still seeing more of that in Anne Arundel County as well. So all the way through Pasadena over to Severna Park as well. When we pull out a little bit further, continuing to see the rain for you on the eastern shore. Now, not seeing any lightning or anything like that. It's mainly just that steady rain. And this is all from that remnant low just spinning around in the Atlantic and bringing all of that rain from Philly all the way down into Baltimore and D.C. So what we're going to see over the next couple of hours is this low eventually kind of start to kind of move a bit, but not too much because we've got that rain that we still have to deal with here throughout the morning. So this is going to be a very wet morning commute. You can see here through about 10 o'clock, those showers are going to stay with us. Now, we'll probably get a few breaks here as we get later into the afternoon, so it's not going to be raining all day, but it will be cloudy, overcast, kind of misty and cool. And then we'll see a few more of those showers here into that 5 and 6 o'clock hour for your drive home. So it's just going to be kind of that rain that will be persistent through the next couple of days. Looking at M&T Bank Stadium, definitely still wet there. The O's are back in town, the final 3 games of the season. But let me tell you, I don't know if they're going to get those games in today, tomorrow, or even Wednesday for that matter because of all the rain that we've got in store. Excuse me. Temperatures in the lower 50s over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. You probably want to get that warm beverage going because temps are chilly. And look at these numbers today. Mid-70s is typically where we are. We're only going to be in the low to mid-50s, some of us into the upper 50s, but that's pretty optimistic considering all of the cloud cover and the rain that will stay with us, not only here, but up and down the 95 corridor. So here's kind of the larger picture on our future scan. You can see what's going on here. Not done with the rain today, and then later tonight into the overnight hours, more of that rain continues into Tuesday. It's still going to be more of the same. Overnight
overnight, we'll see some moderate to heavy rain, and that rain's going to stay with us into Tuesday afternoon. That wind as well. Finally, by Wednesday, that low is going to start to shift out to the east into the north, and we'll get some drier air moving in, and we'll start to warm things back up. So here's a look at that 7-day forecast. Definitely wet, at least for today and tomorrow. Possibly still some leftover showers Wednesday, but again, those numbers do start to climb a little bit as we'll get back to the mid to upper 60s. And then you can see those 70s return. Beautiful sunny skies into Thursday and Friday. Will be dry this weekend, but check how those numbers come back down into the mid 60s. Fall definitely here. We know it's a wet start this morning on the roads. How about with the MTA? Look at mass transit. We check in now with Mark Jones. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a delay. It's Penn Train 505. That's presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, as you'll remember, had single tracking and maintenance last week, causing delays. That's all cleared up and out of the way. We're good for travel on Light Rail Link this morning. No delays. Metro Subway Link off and running on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Monday travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Taking a live look from M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens blow another big home lead, losing to one of the best teams in the AFC, the Buffalo Bills. This was not as shocking as blowing a 21-point fourth quarter lead to Miami, but pretty much as bad, if not worse, because this is just the second time it's happened at home. The Ravens moved to 2-2 for the season. The Ravens held their own in the first half of the game. Then after halftime, the Bills came back strong. The ending score, Bills 23, Ravens 20. We want to see your Purple Pride this season, though. Submit your pictures and videos on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. Use your FOX45 mobile app or just click the mobile tab, then chime in. Maryland's highest court is set to hear a lawsuit over when the state can count mail-in ballots. Still to come, the back and forth that brought us to this point.
An extraordinary divide between fact and fiction on the war in Ukraine. I'm Christine Frizzell with new warnings on what that could mean in the days and weeks ahead.
In your national news this morning, this is a live look over Capitol Hill. The National Archives tells Congress that some records from the Trump administration are still missing. In a letter to Congress, they say records are related to non-official electronic messaging accounts that should have been forwarded to official accounts under the Presidential Records Act. But the archives didn't say whether the missing documents are in former President Trump's possession. This comes as the Justice Department and Trump's lawyers battle in court over documents he was supposed to turn in when he left office. Now to the latest on the war in Ukraine. There are concerns of Russian president backed into a corner, with new reports in Russia losing more ground inside Ukraine. Vladimir Putin continues to issue threats of using nuclear weapons. Sinclair National correspondent Christine Frizzell has the latest.
It is a portrait of devastation, but also of hope. Lyman, Ukraine, controlled for months by Russian troops, containing now only what they left behind.
As of 12:30 p.m., Lyman was completely liberated. Thanks to our military. Glory to Ukraine.
Ukraine also taking back parts of the south, despite Russia claiming other victories, with plans to annex parts of Ukraine it barely controls, as Putin's effort to mobilize more troops is instead driving them to exit the country. An effort experts say has changed the war entirely, viewing Putin more and more as an army of one. His actual army suffering major losses on the battlefield.
The only question really is, when do you start to see not just individual soldiers or small units surrender, but when you start to see larger units crumble, crack, and perhaps actually collapse? And I think that will be coming.
It's a prediction some say has prompted Putin to start making those nuclear threats, an action which top U.S. officials say should be taken seriously, but that Putin knows would be met with, quote, catastrophic consequences.
Well, I think the message to him is if you use a nuclear weapon, it's a suicide weapon. And the response from NATO and the United States doesn't have to be nuclear.
Ukraine this week taking the extraordinary step of applying for NATO membership, as aid from the United States alone to Ukraine has now surpassed $17 billion.
If he believes that this arming of Ukraine is what's causing him to lose this war and potentially his position of power, he may strike one of these logistical points, and that logistical point may not be inside of Ukraine.
Senator Marco Rubio warning an attack on an airport or distribution center in Poland, for example, would trigger a response from fellow NATO members, escalating what Putin once called a special military operation to a full-blown world war. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Now to your international news. Republican Senator Marco Rubio slams the Biden administration for the recent prisoner swap between the U.S. and Venezuela, which will bring home 7 Americans but release 2 convicted Venezuelan drug dealers.
That has now put a price tag on Americans. Every time you do one of these deals, and I wanted those people released as much as anybody, but every time you do this, now others know I can take Americans, I can hold them until I need something as a bargaining chip.
Rubio says the swap is a victory for Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, since the 2 released by the U.S. are said to be his nephews. 5 of 7 Americans were convicted of embezzlement, along with a former U.S. Marine corporal and a Florida man who were both arrested. The State Department maintains all 7 were wrongfully detained. Brazil heading towards a runoff election. This comes after neither candidate secured the minimum 50% of the vote after the majority ballots were counted. The turnout was reportedly high, as more than 156 million Brazilians were eligible to vote. Yesterday's election came amid a tense and violent presidential race. Ahead of the election, both candidates were seen campaigning while accompanied by security and police. Go ahead and download our Fox 45 News app for breaking news and up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
We want to send a strong message to as higher up as we can, because it needs to stop.
Baltimore County parents concerned with their children's safety. They're now demanding action from the school system. A closer look at their concerns ahead of today's rally. Plus, we're continuing to follow the damage from Hurricane Ian, as Florida and many parts of the U.S. are trying to recover. The latest conditions across the country and the impacts we're seeing here at home.
Now, those impacts continue. More rain this morning and into the next couple of days as well. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
this morning as the Ravens are recovering from a tough loss at home against the Buffalo Bills. Just heartbreaking.
Yeah, another game, fourth quarter loss. I'm kind of getting over that. The stress levels you're getting here. I mean, a week ago, it was Miami taking it, and then, what was that, 2 weeks ago, Miami winning in the fourth, and now, yeah, so now we're back to this. But still an exciting game, and out in the rain and in the wind, and just terrific conditions there, and luckily we will be bouncing back, no problem at all here in just a little bit, but still. It's football.
Yeah,
right,
definitely some football weather yesterday, guys. We had all of that wind and that rain that we saw around here in Baltimore, up and down the East Coast, and we continued that trend this morning. Let's take a look at our HD radar. Look at how all of that rain is continuing. You can see the heaviest rain right around Towson, moving up toward Cockeysville from Perry Hall. Essex and Middle River still getting with that moderate rain at this time. As we pull back a little bit further, you can still see some of those showers down through Severn into Annapolis, areas in Anne Arundel County as well. This is all part of the remnants of Ian still with us. That coastal low now sitting and spinning off the east coast there of the Atlantic and the mid-Atlantic, and that's continuing to bring that rain into our area. So look at these temperatures too. It is chilly this morning. 46 your number in Cockeysville, 48 in Baltimore City, 51 in Annapolis. You got that cold, wet start to the day with the wind just to cut through you a little bit easy, leave a little bit more as well. Off and on showers for us today, and then more rainy days ahead. I have a yellow light on your morning commute. You got to watch out for ponding on the roadways. Ran into that a lot on the outer loop of the Beltway on my way in this morning, and I think you're going to have to deal with the same thing with that rain that continues, especially before the sun comes up. So take it slow as you head out. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Any issues with the rain on the roads right now, Tom?
Exactly what you were talking about there, Justin. We've got Bay Bridge wind warnings right now, and then secondary roads really seeing the flooding and weather closures around the map. If you're taking a look at this map, it's not indicated there, but you're starting to see it. That one marker right up there at 795 and 695, that's actually weather closure there too. So maybe some ponding on the roadways. There's a little bit of slowdown 295 southbound right before you get to Annapolis Junction, but there's no indicator below that map.
The school year, we are seeing video of a violent fight at a Baltimore County school.
Now, last year, we saw several fights. Now, a group of parents and community members taking a stand. Today, they're holding a Safe Schools #1 rally, calling on school officials to do more to keep their students safe. Well, Taylor Stewart is joining us live in studio with a closer look at their concerns. Taylor?
Yeah, that's right. This video sparking concern about safety within Baltimore County public schools. And today, officials will hear from those concerned parents and community members. Now, that rally is expected to take place outside of Perry High School today at 5:30. The superintendent of BCPS told us in April the issue of school violence is one they've taken action on and disciplined on social media. But in the latest video, Pastor Charles Niels says it's his 15-year-old niece in that recording taking Perry High School last Wednesday. He says she has a bat in her hand out of fear for the protection from she says she has a bat in her hand from the bullying she's endured for years. Parents say they want it to stop, and they want to make that message loud and clear.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close. It has a lot to do with a lot of the other children that are being bullied and those who don't want to go back to school or can't go to school because of fear of someone bringing harm to them.
Baltimore County public school officials did get back to us late last night saying they'll respond to this rally before it happens tomorrow at today at 5:30. We're live in the studio. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Topping your Vote 2022 coverage, Baltimore City voters will have a say in how long their elected leaders can stay in office, all thanks to a question they will see on the November ballot.
Voters will choose whether to put term limits on city council members, the mayor, and the city comptroller. Political analyst John Deedy says the push for term limits shows that residents are frustrated with their leaders.
Because I think a lot of community citizens and activists are frustrated with the political leadership in Baltimore. When you have good political leadership, everyone gets excited. They want these people in power. This isn't the William Donald Schaefer era anymore in Baltimore where people feel good and positive about the city. They feel more negative about it. And I think that people feel that things aren't getting better. And there's an old expression, a new broom sweeps clean. And I think a lot of people want to see different leadership.
Now, you can find more on term limits and Question K on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
This Friday, Maryland's highest court will start hearing oral arguments in a lawsuit over counting mail-in ballots before Election Day.
Now, the court's decision to hear the case came Friday, a day after the Court of Special Appeals denied the motion. Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox filed that suit. His attorneys argued counting before November 8th is unconstitutional. Political analyst John Deedy back again says that this whole debate is far more logistical than political.
It's not for pundits like me or the media. It's basically to ensure election integrity. 2 years ago in Baltimore City, where there were a lot of problems counting ballots, and it took almost about 10 days before we knew that Brandon Scott beat Sheila Dixon.
The bipartisan board has just 10 days after Election Day to verify the vote count as required by law. Election leaders say it could take until December or January to complete the count, as mail-in ballots have grown in popularity since 2020.
5:05 and from the Live Center this morning, we're taking you live right now over the White House this morning at 10 o'clock. The President and First Lady will be leaving for Puerto Rico. The island's entire power grid was knocked offline when Hurricane Fiona hit just 10 days ago. Still, about 10% of residents remain without power this morning.
We owe Puerto Rico a hell of a lot more than they've already gotten. My administration is working closely with the CBC members to do whatever it takes, to help search and rescue, recovery, and rebuilding.
President and First Lady will then travel to Florida Wednesday to view the path of destruction that Ian carved into the western part of the state. Communities like Arcadia still are underwater this morning. You can see right here, look at this, tops of trucks. That's a semi right at the lower part of your screen, just kind of peeking out from the lethal storm surge. As of right now, at least 62 people have been confirmed dead in Florida. That count more likely to go up to 80s. And more than 75,000 still without power. 11 million were brought back online. So we're looking at 600,000 without power currently. Authorities in North and South Carolina also taking stock of their damage this morning. That's the latest from the Live Center. The hunt is on for the person who opened fire in the food court of Arundel Mills Mall. Coming up, why police say it appears to be an accident.
Wet conditions to kick off your Monday morning as you get back to work and school. We'll track when this rain finally moves out of here. All of that coming up in a few minutes. Stay with us. Bills. 5:10 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. We're just talking football, obviously waking up kind of wet and soggy here this morning after that game. And the Ravens didn't pull out the victory, but it's all right. We'll get back at it and hopefully get back in their winning ways. Our HD radar, though, yeah, still dealing with that rain and the wind, too. So it's breezy this morning and cool. There's no doubt about that. Grab your jacket and your umbrella as you head out the door. No need for the sunglasses. We won't need those probably until later this week. Here's a look at your jogging cast. If you're out for a run or a jog, just know it is wet out there. Temperatures are staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, now the county's under pressure. Authorities in Baltimore County now investigating 2 separate shootings, hurting 3 people this weekend. The first happening just after 9 Saturday night in Catonsville, where police say 2 people were shot. We're working to find out their current conditions.
The second happened around 2:30 Sunday morning. Police say a man was shot multiple times in Owings Mills. He is in critical condition. It is not clear what led up to either shooting. Both are under investigation.
Now, in Anne Arundel County, police are looking for the man they say accidentally fired a gun in the food court of the Arundel Mills Mall. Police say no one was shot, but then 2 people were hurt while they were running away from Saturday's incident, created like a stampede. The mall was back to business as usual yesterday.
This isn't the only chaotic incident we've seen at malls in our area. Towson Town Center has seen a number of alarming incidents over the past year, which includes a massive fight back in February that resulted in the arrest of 6 juveniles.
And there have been multiple carjackings at the mall's parking garage. 1 person arrested in March, 3 teens arrested in May. Experts say prices will not be dropping at the grocery store anytime soon. Well, why, they say we will continue to struggle to see a decrease in the new year.
And caught on camera, the daring moose rescue. How wildlife officers jumped into action. 5:12 is the time. Well, it's 5:15 now, making headlines this morning. Pittsburgh police detectives are investigating the death of a football fan after the Steelers game.
A man died after apparently falling off an escalator at the Acrisure Stadium yesterday, and just after the game against the New York Jets.
Paramedics took that fan to a nearby hospital in critical condition. According to Pittsburgh police, the man later died from his injuries. The stadium has a capacity of more than 68,000 and is home to both the Steelers and the University of Pittsburgh football team.
We watched boats, houses, we watched everything just go flying by. We've lost so much at this point.
Yeah, startling images continue to pour out of Florida and South Carolina, showing the destruction Hurricane Ian left behind.
Fort Myers is on the top left of your screen. It just looks like a war zone there. Daytona Beach is what you're seeing on the top right. They are still dealing with major flooding, as you can see there.
Sanibel Island is on the bottom left. That's where you see the crews here are still evacuating people by helicopter from that island. The only road connecting it to the mainland is destroyed. The bottom right, flooding in South Carolina after Ian hit that state as a Category 1 hurricane Friday.
Well, this is what we know about the situation in Florida as of right now. Thousands of people are still without power. At least 76 people in Florida are dead. That number is expected to go up as emergency crews go door to door searching for survivors.
President Joe Biden and the First Lady will be traveling to Florida to survey the damage Wednesday. Today, they will be touring the damage Hurricane Fiona left behind in Puerto Rico. Florida Senator Rick Scott calling for an investigation into Lee County's response to the hurricane. County officials issuing evacuation orders less than 24 hours before that storm hit, a day after several neighboring counties issued theirs.
Well, as Florida is on their long road to recovery, we are feeling the impacts of Hurricane Ian in our area. We've seen it throughout Fells Point. We can see how high the water was in the rain yesterday, and then Saturday's water level just as bad as what you're seeing in some of these images there.
Now, while our area hasn't seen much of the flooding compared to there, it's a different story in Ocean City. Taking a look at the video right here posted on Twitter showing the flooded streets in Ocean City because of the storm. The areas closest to the shore seeing water overtake the sidewalks. Here's another view of the water creeping up. The person says they had to cut their weekend in Ocean City short because of the flooding and the stormy weather.
Well, it's 5:17. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what we're headed for as we go into this new week. And I know chillier temperatures. It was 40-something in my car on the way in this morning.
Yeah, and Patrice, it is still in the 40s right now. Tom, good morning to you as well. And unfortunately, the rain is not done. We've still got another couple of days of this persistent rainfall that is going to stay with us. And this is going to fall on already saturated ground from all of the rain we had this weekend. We've already had about 1.5 inches officially at BWI. That's where we do take the reading for Saturday and Sunday. But other areas have seen obviously higher amounts where we're seeing some of that coastal flooding. Here's a look right now at our current HD radar, and you can see some of the yellows right there. The northern end of the outer loop of the Beltway from Towson and Perry Hall up toward Cockeysville, continuing up toward northern Harford County as well. Down toward the south, where we're still seeing some areas of that low-lying flooding, low-lying areas, seeing some minor flooding around parts of Annapolis, Glen Burnie, down through Pasadena at this time. And that rain continues out toward the eastern shore as well, kind of moving out of Queenstown right across the Bay Bridge over the Chesapeake at this time. This is all part of that larger leftover system from what was once Ian. This is now what we call a coastal low, spinning around and bringing all of that moisture. This is what we saw yesterday, and it's not moving anytime soon. In fact, you can see the larger picture. Everything is great to the west of us, but we're kind of stuck with this low just sitting and spinning and bringing more of that rain to the area. So it's going to be a wet commute here. You can see in your hourly future scan by about 9-10 o'clock this morning, we'll start to see just a few breaks here and there. And as we take you later into the afternoon, this is about 2 o'clock on your Monday afternoon. Wind is still going to be an issue. It's still going to be chilly, but we get some breaks in the rainfall. And then it's going to start picking up after about 5-6 o'clock this evening with more of that rain spreading in tonight and into tomorrow morning. This is a look at our Towson camera right there. That flag is definitely flapping around quite a bit because the windy conditions are here. Northeast at about 10 to 15 miles an hour, but 48 for your temperature. And yes, I actually have to say the wind chill is at 43 this morning. So that's what it feels like as you make your way out. Check out some of these numbers, too. 46 in Cockeysville, Bel Air at 47, 48 in Dundalk down through Glen Burnie, 46 your number in Brooklyn Park right now. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, it is definitely a rain gear type morning. Make sure they have the umbrellas, the coats, jackets, and all of that wet weather gear. And it's going to stay rainy throughout the day today through noon. into the mid-50s and basically staying in the mid-50s as we head into the afternoon as well. We're not getting much warmer. In fact, typically we're in the mid-70s, so some of these numbers will be about 20 degrees below average for this time of year across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs. Tomorrow, it's almost a repeat performance, maybe a degree or two warmer with the rain staying with us. Finally, by Wednesday, numbers start to come back up. We'll see those numbers back to the mid to upper 60s, but still some leftover rain. Thursday is really the day we're kind of targeting. That's when that sun's going to break back out and will warm up nicely as we head into the weekend. Patrice?
All right, well, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And at this early hour, taking a look at our traffic map, we are in the green. No issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit now. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there for your Monday morning stretch, you'll find on the MARC train system, Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841, both running about 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. If your ride is out on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service there in both directions. No delays or issues in Metro Subway Link. Clear sailing, no delays, on-time service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, caught on camera, wildlife resource officers in Utah, though, they're using a crane here. And this is about 200 miles east of Salt Lake City. Young bull moose was stuck in an irrigation canal. Once the moose was lifted from the canal, officers from the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources tranquilized the animal to keep it calm. They took it up a mountain, released it back into the wild, a little bit more groggy, but well rested.
Today, Marilyn Mosby's defense team must resubmit an important document. Coming up, how this will impact the future of her federal indictment.
Also in a city in crisis, looking ahead to October when it comes to recent crime data, how September crime rates compare to previous months and even years. .525 and now to your consumer news. Food industry officials say high grocery prices, they're here for the rest of the year.
Analysts and manufacturers say when next year comes, food prices won't necessarily fall, even if inflation levels drop. One market research company says food producers aren't seeing their own costs fall in terms of products or labor. Food prices in August were up more than 13% year over year. That is the highest annual hike since March of 1979.
2 state senators in New Jersey want Costco to sell gas to everyone in their state. Costco had been letting anyone in the New Jersey buy gas at their stores until earlier this year, when the company changed its policy to allow only its members to buy the gas at Costco stores, went back to the original way that Costco's normally are. State Senators Richard Cody and Vin Gopal, they have introduced separate bills that would require retail membership clubs to start selling gas to everyone and not just the club members. The bill does not mention Costco by name, but it alludes to the box stores like that. Gopal tells NJ.com that he believes gas is a public commodity like food and energy.
Well, speaking of gas, take a look at this. This is the line of cars in Fort Myers, Florida, waiting to fill up. This comes as they are looking to recover from heavy damage sustained from Hurricane Ian. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the region now has fuel, but getting it into vehicles is what's going to be difficult. Well, a misty, cloudy, and cool morning for us with temperatures in the 40s and 50s still to come. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at when our region is expected to start drying out. 5:26 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. It feels like a Monday morning, too. Ravens lose. It's raining. It's cold. It's just blah. What, third day in a row of that, right?
Yeah. all of that.
Yeah.
Happy Monday, everybody. I mean, you're not wrong.
No,
but
it's not. The man speaks the truth.
Let's try to paint a happier picture somehow.
All right, so
I don't know.
Go get them, guys.
Here's the deal, Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. Good morning, everyone. We've got sunshine on a cloudy day. However, not till later this week. It's coming. It's coming. Don't you worry. This is a look right now at our HD radar. And yeah, Tom said it. It is wet outside. There's no doubt about that. As we pull that radar up for you, show you exactly what's happening. Most of the rain continues to roll throughout central Maryland, from Harford County over to northern Baltimore County, all the way down the 83 and into downtown Baltimore, all the way down for you as well in Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. You're getting in on that steady rain. And that rain is all part of this coastal low, which was once Ian. So that is continuing to spin around and bring that rain here basically from the northeast. The wind is also out there, and it's chilly. Look at these numbers. 41 in Oakland right now, 49 in Hagerstown. We're at 48 in Baltimore City, and 51 your temp right now in Annapolis. Breezy, cool, and wet. We'll have off and on showers today, and then more rainy days ahead. You can see on your morning drive, it is going to be a wet one, and I talked about it earlier. Please take it slow as you head out, because we've got ponding on the roadways and numbers that stay in the 40s and 50s for the next couple of hours. You'll need your heaters for sure. We're keeping those numbers in the 50s today and tomorrow. It will be warmer by Wednesday, and we'll see less rain. Finally starting to see that sun later this week as well. And we'll take a closer look at that in just a few minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you see the map right here. And Justin was just talking about the rain and the wind, and that's causing some secondary roads to be closed. All the main roads are wide open right now. No issues to report. Just a wind advisory across the Bay Bridge for semis going across.
Well, it's 5:31 now. A popular plan to get a skate park in an often violent area of the city is now scrapped. But people in that West Baltimore neighborhood are hoping to change that today.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is joining us live in studio this morning. Taylor, what's happening, though?
Well, skateboarders in the entire community is going to take their concerns straight to City Hall today. Last month, the Parks and Recs Department announced that it will no longer create a skate park in West Baltimore. The new facilities were going to be added to a list of improvements made at the Easterwood Park. And community activist Marvin Doc Cheatham says those designs are necessary. He says the project came about after he noticed children in his area traveling long distances to other skate parks miles away.
We are the Western District. That's the #1 crime place in the state of Maryland for the last 7 years. We have averaged 50 homicides a year. We're trying to find things to get the kids to do. My kids are so heartbroken to find out that they were really that close to getting a skateboard park.
The community believes the failure to move forward with this project is just another example of inequity in recreational opportunities across the city.
Well, Taylor, what is the Department of Recreation and Parks saying about this change?
Well, when we asked them why the skate park was no longer part of their plans, and last month, Baltimore city leaders sent us the following statement. It reads in part, the focus at this time are the overall improvements to the Easterwood Park. Plans for the skate park are not in this phase. As we pursued further funding and community input, it was determined that the overall park improvements were the greater need. Now, the group is going to City Hall this afternoon at 4:30. That's the latest here at the Live Center. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45.
Well, also happening today, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby and her attorneys must refile their opposition to a gag order.
They also have to explain why they should not face punishment for breaking the rules. That's due by Friday, October 7th. This comes from the judge overseeing City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal charges proposing sanctions on her defense team. While arguing against a gag order requested by federal prosecutors, Mosby's defense included private responses from potential jurors, which is not allowed.
Now to a city in crisis. A Baltimore police officer is still in the hospital after he was shot in the leg while responding to a call on Friday. A spokesperson for the Baltimore Police Department says the officer is doing well. There is no word on when he'll be released. Now, that shooting ended the month of September on a violent note, although the month saw just 13 homicides. That's less than any month this year. However, non-fatal shootings are still up, and the city remains on pace for more than 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row. This week, we'll continue to press the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, Anthony Barksdale, about his take on crime. Last week, we talked to him about the slow pace of progress.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise? One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress, so I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
Now, those comments came just days after 2 people were shot in Fells Point. While September may not have seen many murders, it did see its fair share of non-fatal shootings. In fact, we're talking about 564 non-fatal shootings just this year. That's 38 more than this time last year. And some experts say the advanced life-saving procedures at trauma centers right in Baltimore keep that death toll lower than it could be. They say non-fatal shootings take a huge toll on the city.
We're seeing people count the bodies, but they're not counting the people who are forever paraplegics, the people who are forever traumatized, the people who will never work again, people who will never hold their children again, and there are hundreds.
On Thursday, the Baltimore City Council's Legislative Oversight Committee will hold its quarterly Crime Stats and Prevention Plan meeting. They will review crime numbers in the city and keep track of the progress in the fight against crime. The meeting comes as Councilman Zeke Cohen blames Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby for the summer surge in crime.
To be blunt, it's been a real challenge in terms of what the state's attorney is and is not prosecuting. We've seen, unfortunately, the lack of clarity with the policies play out in Fells Point.
Cohen continues to push for better communication from Mayor Brandon Scott and Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, something he feels will help.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Baltimore City leaders are playing politics with your safety? And so far, as you see on the bottom there, 99% of those who have voted say yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
5:36 from the Live Center this morning. We are taking you live over Washington, D.C. today, where the new term for the U.S. Supreme Court begins. The justices will decide cases on a range of major issues, including the rights of LGBTQ people, affirmative action in higher education, and voting rights. Now, the new term, historic, with Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson now the first African-American woman to be on the bench. While it may be the most conservative court in years, it also sets the record for the most women on the bench at one time. Jackson seen with fellow justices Amy Coney Barrett, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan. Well, today's hearing will be the first since the historic decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The court will also continue to provide live audio broadcasts of the arguments to the public. That's the latest from the Live Center this morning.
Well, a food pantry in Florida is partially opening their doors to help their neighbors. After the break, a look at the conditions throughout the south of Florida following Hurricane Ian.
And the rain continues this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back to tell us when we're going to start to dry out. 5:37 is the time.
5:40 is your time. We're just 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock. It is Monday morning. Hopefully you had a good weekend. I know we had a lot of rain throughout the weekend, and that rain unfortunately continues into the morning time. You can see that thing spinning around and just bringing more rain to the mid-Atlantic. Hopefully helping out your gardens and your lawns. You will not need the sprinklers at all. In fact, you can see in your yard and gardening cast, those numbers are kind of anemic, only in the 50s. It will be chilly throughout the day today. We should only top out at about 57, and that's an optimistic number as we'll see the cloud cover and the rain stay with us through the day today. Back with your full forecast, and we'll talk about finally some drier conditions. We'll tell you about that in just a few.
541 and trending now, a southwestern Florida food pantry is not only dealing with Hurricane Ian cleanup, but they're also still trying to give out supplies to people who desperately need them.
The Gladiola's Food Pantry, it's actually in Harlem Heights, or Fort Myers, usually distributes food Wednesdays to about 240 families. When Hurricane Ian hit the area, though, right near Fort Myers last Wednesday, distribution was then canceled.
Canned black beans, bags of rice, meats, bread, and produce weren't distributed, and by the weekend, unfortunately, much of that food was in the garbage.
I mean, when the storm came, we lost power. We don't have any water. I mean, all my food is spoiled in the refrigerator. So, I mean, I was just passing through, and I just so happened to see this over here, and I was like, I'm going to stop because we need supplies. The stores are overcrowded. You have to wait in line. No cash. I mean, cash only. Credit or debit. I mean, can't get any cash. ATMs aren't working. So I have 3 kids. So I have to get some supplies to feed them.
Now, she says the pantry is a lifeline for many residents who are already struggling from the skyrocketing cost of food and housing.
In 1 month, Baltimore City voters will vote on term limits, what that could reveal about how residents are feeling about their leaders.
Taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens are recovering from a tough loss at home. Well, still to come, a look into how the Bills were able to make it and come out on top, whatever. Well, taking a live look from M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens blow another Big home lead and then are dealt a tough loss to one of the best teams in the AFC, the Buffalo Bills.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Not as shocking as blowing a 21-point fourth-quarter lead to Miami, but just as bad, if not worse. It was shocking. I was there. This is the second time this has happened, and it happened at home.
Now, the Ravens moved 2-2 in the season. Ravens held their own in the first half of the game. We've said this many times, like 4 times so far this year. After halftime, the Bills came back, though, strong. Ending score 23-20, and the Bills really worked the clock at the end of the game.
And the refs, but that's a whole nother story. Despite another rough loss for the Ravens, fans are continuing to show their purple pride. Courtney sent us this picture of Aspen cheering on the Ravens. She's adorable. She's got her little Ravens onesie on, her hair bow there.
And this is Jason sent us this picture for the game. Look at this. He says, Caroline was very excited to cheer on the Ravens. See her pom-pom right there. She even made that sign.
We want to see your purple pride this season. You can submit your pictures and videos on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then hit Chime In. Now, I have to say, so I was there yesterday in the rain and the you know, all of that, and there were a lot of Bills fans in the house.
Bills Mafia. They don't
Bills
mess around.
Mafia was there.
They don't mess around.
Okay, that brings up a really good point. Are we starting to see that now during stadiums? I mean, you know, Steeler fans used to be crazy all over the place, all over the country, right? And you start seeing them at games. My wife's a Steelers fan, so I get that, you know, she brags about. We went to a Cowboys-Steelers game. There were more Steelers fans there. This was like 15 years ago. And it seems like, but now it's starting to see more fans.
They were definitely there in full effect, and they were loud. Ravens fans, though, much louder. You know, they do the decibel, and you know, so we were loud, and it was just startling in the third quarter.
I mean, I think you see that, though, Tom, with, you know, certain teams, like that travel well, like Steelers, like Bills, now the Bills Mafia, Raiders fans the same way. Yeah. It's funny. I mean, I'm a Raiders fan, and so you complain about the refs. I'm like, that's what the Raiders fans say. So it's pretty funny that you were like, we used to always be like, oh, the refs have it out for us in the NFL.
It was the whole conversation. The whole stadium, everybody was booing, and they were talking about they were like, these refs are going to need some, you know, protection to get, the escorts to get to the car because, man.
All right, so 5:47 is your time. It's wet this morning, guys, and we continue to track the rain.
Those are tears.
And those are tears, exactly. But look, they've got a game Sunday night against the Bengals. This is going to be their first division game. They played 4 games against the AFC East. We don't play them, you know, all the time. And so to have those 4 games, plus, I think more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, your Baltimore Orioles are having a winning season. That's official. They officially have a winning season for the first time since 2016. They've got 3 more against the Blue Jays here at home tonight and tomorrow night. And you look at the rain and the forecast, you're like, I don't know how they're going to get those games. That they may have to have a triple header on Wednesday. I don't even know if that's possible. Either way, it's going to be rainy here for your morning and continuing to see into the afternoon. That rain sticking around. It's only 48 right now in Towson. Northeast wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Here is that rain. The heaviest rain is now to the north of us, but you're still seeing those moderate showers from Bel Air down to Cockeysville, Timonium, pretty much all of us here in central Maryland, all the way down through Anne Arundel County, where that rain continues. And this is all part of that, what we're calling a coastal low now. This is basically the remnants of Ian that has developed into this area of low pressure just sitting off the coast there. What this is actually going to do over the next day or so is actually come back to the west and bring more of that wind and rain for us this afternoon and tomorrow. This is what it looks like on our hourly future scan through 8 o'clock this morning. It is going to be a wet commute and wet at the bus stop as well. Now, as you get later into the day today, you'll see some of the rain showers that will start to let up a bit, but it's still going to be breezy to windy and overcast and cool. And then we keep that rain going through tonight as well, with more rain picking up later into the evening time. In fact, look at some of our rainfall totals. We've already gotten almost 2 inches of rain, and some of you on the Eastern Shore could pick up another 2 to 3 inches once this thing gets through about Wednesday afternoon, with most of us picking up at least 1.5 inches to another 2 inches as well. The wind also is going to be the issue. We're seeing some wind gusts of 19 to 26 miles an hour from Baltimore down through Easton right now. This is our future scan for the wind, so a strong northerly wind through the afternoon. afternoon today, and then that wind is going to be with us again tomorrow. So if you have those Halloween decorations, if you didn't take them down already, probably a good idea to do that because they're going to be blowing around a bit. Hang on to your hats, kids, as you get out to the bus stop this morning. Make sure you have that rain gear ready for the kids, as we will need it throughout the day today. And here's our 7-day forecast. We do have some improving conditions once we get to Wednesday afternoon. By Thursday and Friday will be fantastic here with temperatures back to the 70s and plenty of sunshine. We keep the sun with us this weekend, but notice those numbers, 70s on Friday, but only 60s into Saturday and Sunday. So it will be a cool fall weekend ahead, but at least the sun will be back. Check in with Mark Jones right now with the MTA. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 operating with a 10 to 15-minute delay, and Camden Train 843 presently running about 5 minutes late. Be aware of that in your travels on MARC. Light Rail Link presently has a 20-minute delay in both directions. Certainly allow time for travel there on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link, looking in that direction, you'll find on-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Another election on the horizon, and the debate over fighting misinformation and protecting free speech at the forefront once again. I'm Christine Frizzell with the latest.
.54 in your Vote 2022 coverage. Social media sites remain one of the most popular places for Americans to get their news. But what happens when false information is deliberately spread, and who should decide what is false and what is true?
National correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us to a closer look at these questions, once again not answered ahead of a major election.
It remains a communications conundrum. How to allow for free speech online, but also fight mis and disinformation. often reaching people's feeds from foreign adversaries intent on poking holes in democracy itself.
Big tech has allowed people to disseminate rapidly to millions of viewers or listeners false information about candidates or about events, and with no liability for those misrepresentations.
It's one reason the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency helped form the Election Integrity Partnership, made up of outside researchers like Stanford University's Internet Observatory and the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab.
We had a narrowly tailored scope focused on false and misleading narratives specific to voting.
But with about 35% of the URLs flagged, leading to content being labeled, restricted, or removed, it's an effort many conservatives compare to a federally sanctioned censorship operation.
It looks like what the federal government is trying to do is skirt the law, trying to figure out some way, shape, or form that it can impact and censor Americans.
The state of Texas stepping in with a new law, limiting the ability of these sites to flag or remove posts on their own platforms, a law big tech companies are fighting. Many now believe the questions likely need to be answered by the Supreme Court, with no clear plan ahead for now.
The power of big tech not in dispute, but how to walk that tightrope of protecting free speech and fighting the wild spread of misinformation remains unresolved. Just 35 days until the election. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
5:56, making your headlines this Monday morning. At least 125 people are dead after a stampede at an Indonesian soccer match. That's what you see right here, one of the world's deadliest sporting event disasters. Saturday night soccer match erupted in violence after Arema FC was defeated 3-2. Then tens of thousands of fans started throwing objects at players and officials, eventually storming the pitch. More than 300 were injured, and Indonesian authorities say the death toll will rise.
Ukraine's president says the nation has regained full control of a strategic eastern city, marking a new blow to Russia.
As of 12:30 p.m., Liman was completely liberated. Thanks to our military. Glory to Ukraine.
Russia has responded by attacking Zelensky's hometown with suicide drones, according to the regional governor. This as the Kremlin tries to escalate the war by illegally annexing 4 regions of Ukraine and making veiled nuclear threats. But some U.S. lawmakers say they're more worried about Russian President Vladimir Putin attacking inside NATO territory, particularly at a weapons distribution point.
That's really the biggest fear right now that I have, is that he would conduct an attack against a NATO supply center inside of a place like Poland. That would certainly raise the specter of a direct Russian attack against a NATO ally.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio suggests the risk of Putin going nuclear is higher now than it was a month ago, but the U.S. should focus on his intermediate steps.
Well, 5:58, now to your national news this morning. Live look over, well, this is showing the weather right here, but the National Archives tell Congress that some records from the Trump administration are still missing. In a letter to Congress, they say the records are related to non-official electronic messaging accounts that should have been forwarded to official accounts under the Presidential Records Act. The archives didn't say whether the missing documents are in former President Trump's possession or not. This comes as the Justice Department and Trump's lawyers are battling in court over documents that he was supposed to turn over when he left office.
Look, parents are sick and tired of fights at Baltimore County schools. What they're doing today to make sure school leaders hear their concerns.
Baltimore City voters will be seeing a new question on the November ballot just ahead. How they will have control on how long their elected leaders can stay in office.
Man, this rain is not letting up, and we are continuing to track that for you this morning. We'll let you know when we do have some sunshine.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
The wet and windy weather remains due to the remnants from Ian. You're taking a live look now from Bells Point and Annapolis, and the drive-in this morning definitely wet. Good morning on this Monday, October 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to bring meteorologist Justin Chambers in to look at this forecast and when we'll have some kind of a break. I mean, like, we need the rain, but okay, it's time.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Move on. And, guys, we talked about driving in. It's still dark outside, and we've got a lot of ponding on the roadways out there. So that's something you got to watch for. Just kind of take it a little extra slower than maybe you normally would. I know it took me an extra about 5 to 7 minutes to come in this morning, but that's because I was trying to be safe. You don't want to be hydroplaning out there. It is definitely wet all over the region this morning. Here's a look at your HD radar. Heaviest rain right now is in northern Harford County, also in Baltimore County, right there for Cockeysville. You're seeing some moderate rain at this time. That extends all the way down through Baltimore City. Now, we are getting some breaks here. So as you go to the north and the east up towards Cecil County and to the west and parts of Carroll County, we're seeing some drying conditions, but it's still going to be cloudy and cool and breezy. Look at these numbers, too. 45 in Cockeysville. That's your temperature right now. Towson at 45 as well. 47 in Rosedale. 46 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So breezy, cool, and wet conditions this morning. Off and on showers today, and then more rainy days ahead. I do have that yellow light. Mr. Bo says take it slow, as I mentioned, because we have a lot of the wet roadways you'll have to deal with here over the next couple of hours. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for the afternoon commute and heading into the rest of the week. We'll do all that for you in a few. Patrice, how is it looking out there? Are you seeing any major issues?
As of right now, the good news is no, even with the slick roads out there. So hopefully it continues that way throughout the morning. Look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and our traffic map shows green. One month into the school year, we are seeing video of a violent fight at a Baltimore County school.
Now, last year, we saw several fights. Now, a group of parents and community members are taking a stand. Today, they're holding a Safe Schools 911 rally, calling on school officials to do more to keep the students safe. Taylor Stewart is joining us live here in studio with a closer look at their concerns. Taylor?
I mean, just look at that video. Parents are concerned about the safety of their students. And today, school officials will hear from those concerned parents. Now, the rally that's expected to take place today will happen outside of Perry Hall High School at 5:30. The superintendent of BCPS told us in April the issue of school violence, they've taken action on it, and they plan to continue discipline and emotional support. But this is the latest video. Pastor Charles Neal says is his 15-year-old daughter and 15-year-old niece in that recording. It was taken at Perry Hall High School last Wednesday. He says she has a bat in her hand out of fear for her protection because she's been bullied for years. Parents say they want it to stop, and they want to make that message loud and clear.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time, and it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close. It has a lot to do with a lot of the other children that are being bullied, and those who don't want to go back to school or can't go to school because of fear of someone bringing harm to them.
Baltimore County Public Schools did get back to us late last night saying they're going to respond before this rally happens today at 5:30. Live in the studio, Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Topping your Vote 2022 coverage, Baltimore City voters will have a say in how long their elected leaders can stay in office, all thanks to a question they will be seeing on the November ballot.
Voters will choose whether to put term limits on city council members, the mayor, and the city comptroller. Political analyst John Deedy says he believes the push for term limits shows that residents may be frustrated with their leaders.
Because I think a lot of community citizens and activists are frustrated with the political leadership in Baltimore. When you have good political leadership, everyone gets excited. They want these people in power. This isn't the William Donald Schaefer era anymore in Baltimore, where people feel good and positive about the city. They feel more negative about it. And I think that people feel that things aren't getting better. And there's an old expression, a new broom sweeps clean. And I think a lot of people want to see different leadership.
Well, you can find more on term limits and Question K right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
This Friday, Maryland's highest court will start hearing oral arguments in a lawsuit over counting mail-in ballots before Election Day.
Yeah, the court's decision to hear the case came Friday, a day after the Court of Special Appeals denied that motion. Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox filed the lawsuit. His attorneys argue counting before November 8th is unconstitutional. Political analyst John Deedy, back again, says the whole debate is far more logistical than political.
It's not for pundits like me or the media. It's basically to ensure election integrity. 2 years ago in Baltimore City, where there were a lot of problems counting ballots, and it took almost about 10 days before we knew that Brandon Scott beat Sheila Dixon.
The bipartisan board has just 10 days after Election Day to verify the vote count as required by law. Election leaders say it could take until December or January to complete the count, as mail-in ballots have grown in popularity since 2020.
6:05 now, and from the Live Center this morning. We're taking you live right now over the White House, where you can see this morning at about 10 o'clock, though, the President and First Lady will leave for Puerto Rico. The island's entire power grid was knocked offline when Hurricane Fiona hit it 10 days ago. Still, about 10% of residents remain without power this morning.
We owe Puerto Rico a hell of a lot more than they've already got. My administration is working closely with the CBC members to do whatever it takes, to help search and rescue, recovery, and rebuilding.
President and First Lady will then travel to Florida Wednesday to view the path of destruction created by Hurricane Ian, carving into the western part of that state. Communities like Arcadia still underwater this morning. You can see the tops of trucks. Look at this right here. And then the rooftops peeking out from that lethal storm surge. As of right now, at least 76 people have been confirmed dead in Florida. Also, more than 675,000 are still without power in southwest Florida. Authorities in North and South Carolina also taking stock of the damage and the deaths this morning. And there's 4 people that have died in North Carolina because of Ian. That's the latest.
As more information is being released on the status of those impacted by Hurricane Ian, we'll keep you up to date. Stay with us all morning long for live updates both on air and online.
Let's say the Supreme Court's new term is today. Just ahead, a look at why the investiture ceremony for Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson marks another first in the Supreme Court.
Well, we're continuing to see the rain left over from Ian here at home, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon, unfortunately. However, I will have some brighter skies ahead in your full forecast, and we'll do that in a few minutes. 6:09 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Officially got about an inch and a half over the weekend, but more rain will continue to fall. You can see that right there on our HD radar. You can that line of showers from Baltimore up into Cockeysville, straight up 83 there, up toward Pennsylvania as well. Now, we'll get some breaks here and there, but overall, it's definitely a rain gear and jacket type day. No need for the sunglasses on your out the door cast here. And if you're going to be out for a run or a jog, it's wet. There's no doubt about that. Maybe indoor exercise for the next couple of days, with temperatures staying cool and the rain staying with us. Back to you.
6:10, take a look at this. Some of the world's top athletes duked it out on board a plane flying at more than 20,000 feet in the air while performing special maneuvers to create a zero-gravity environment. They just weren't fighting.
No, but do you imagine this? Like the feeling? Officials at MasterCard were behind this stunt, which brought together soccer players from Europe, Latin America, and the Middle East. Even though the interior of the aircraft resembled a soccer field, players say the absence of gravity had them feeling more like a fish out of water.
You don't have control of the situation, and in this case, you have to adapt to where the ball is, to the space itself, to the circumstances of having to try to float.
Well, teammates could use the ceiling and the walls of the plane to help them get their bearings, but bodies definitely collided as players just spun midair as they were going after the rogue ball. The out-of-this-world game has also set a new Guinness record for the highest altitude soccer game ever played. That would have been a lot of fun.
I don't see any refs either. Just saying. Hurricane Ian left many Florida homeowners just damaged, destroyed homes, or nothing at all. Just ahead, how Ian could also damage the state's home insurance market.
Impacts from Ian continue across Maryland through the start of this week. Just ahead, what we're seeing this morning as those remnants linger. 6:11 is the time. .614. Today, the Supreme Court will begin a new term that could push American law to the right on issues of race, voting, and the environment. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson made her Supreme Court debut Friday with her investiture ceremony. Jackson was already sworn in as a justice, but that ceremony is an honored tradition for the High Court. President Biden and Vice President Harris were both there. Jackson is the first Black woman to serve on the Supreme Court.
They stare at me as if to say, "Look at what we've done." They say this is what we can accomplish.
Jackson made history more ways than one, though, seen here with fellow female justices Amy Coney Barrett, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan. Now, Jackson is more than just the first Black woman on the High Court. Only 5 had been female before Ketanji Brown Jackson was sworn in. Also sets a record for the most women on the bench at one time.
6:15, and new images are coming in that show Fort Myers city officials, along with other nearby police and fire departments, handing out food and water to residents who are struggling in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Miami-Dade rescue crews are also still conducting evacuation operations by helicopter to reach people who are stranded on Sanibel Island. The island is still inaccessible after the hurricane wiped out the one route to and from the mainland. Members of the National Guard say more than 1,000 people have been rescued along Florida's southwest coast so far.
Now, just 18% of Florida homeowners have flood insurance. That's according to the Insurance Information Institute. State and federal officials say that needs to change.
Just because you're not required to buy flood insurance doesn't mean that you don't have the option to buy it. It is certainly your best defense to help protect your property in the aftermath of any of these storms.
You're going to have people who had total losses who would have bought insurance if they were told they were at risk, but now you're in a situation where you're seeing floods like nobody's ever seen before.
Well, insurers say many homeowners don't know there's a difference between windstorm coverage and flood coverage. Florida Senator Rick Scott says the state needs to go after potential fraud in the market if it wants insurance companies to do business there. Death toll from Hurricane Ian has surpassed more than 70, as many deaths were from drowning.
As Florida is on their long road to recovery, we're feeling the impacts of Hurricane Ian in our area. On the top left and right of your screen, Fells Point, and you can see how high the water was in the rain yesterday. On the left, Saturday's water level, and is there on the right.
While our area hasn't seen much flooding, it's a different story in Ocean City. Take a look at this video posted to Twitter here, showing the flooded streets in Ocean City because of the storm. Now, the areas closest to the shore seeing water overtake the sidewalks. Here's another view of the water creeping up. This person says they had to cut their weekend in Ocean City short because of the flooding and the stormy weather.
Well, that rain continues this morning. That's what we drove in through. A look now from Fells Point. You can see the wet roads out there as well.
Yeah, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers to tell us exactly how long that rain's going to continue.
Yeah, guys, and luckily, it's only been some minor flooding issues that we've had in those low-lying areas along the Chesapeake, where we typically see, especially around high tide, is when that water starts to come up. But unfortunately, we are not done with this rain. In fact, looking at a lot of our computer models, it's really looking like tomorrow is going to be even rainier than it is right now. So we're going to add to all of those totals for the rain that we've seen basically since Friday afternoon. This is a look at our HD radar right now. The heaviest rain is still in Pennsylvania, but you're seeing that rain from Bel Air to Joppatown over to Perry Hall, out into Cockeysville and Timonium, down through Towson. More of that rain for you continues. At least a little bit of that rain breaking up a bit in parts of Annapolis and Severna Park, but you can see what's going on. This is what we call a coastal low, which is now developed, basically an area of low pressure that's sitting off the coast. And it's actually going to shift a little farther to the west over the next day or so. That's going to bring in more of that onshore flow. It's going to pick up the wind and also pick up more of that rain as we get into the next few days. This is a look at our hourly future scan. So the rain stays with us through 8 o'clock this morning. As we take you into the later part of the afternoon, notice we will see some breaks in the rainfall and it's still going to be cloudy. It's still going to be breezy to windy, and you'll still kind of have that misty conditions out there as well. As we get to about 7 o'clock tonight, the rain is going to pick back up. Watch what happens as we get to about 8, 9, 10 o'clock. Look at those yellows there rolling in. So that's more of the moderate to heavier rain showers that are going to be coming in. And in terms of rainfall totals, we've already picked up more than 1.5 inches in a lot of areas. Look what we're going to see as we go through Wednesday afternoon, especially for you in the eastern shore. Some of us picking up another 2 to 3 inches, picking up about 1.5 inches here from Bel Air to Cockeysville down into Annapolis as well. That's again on top of the rain we've already seen. Now let's talk about wind. 20 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts we're already seeing this morning, and that wind's going to stay with us here through the afternoon today. A northerly wind continuing into Tuesday as well. So as much as I'd love to get out there and fly, and pilots love to get out there and fly, it's definitely not going to be good flying weather, at least for the next couple of days. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, definitely rain gear is needed and warm weather gear to keep you warm because those temperatures staying mainly in the 50s. Look at these numbers. 74 is typically where we are for early October. We're nowhere near that today. High temps some 20 degrees below average across central Maryland. And the car wash cast, yeah, it's a Destiny's Child song. No, 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 no. That's what we're talking about. That rain is going to be hanging around through at least the middle of the week. Finally, by the time we get to Wednesday afternoon and Thursday, we will see some brighter skies ahead. Temperatures will rebound back to the upper 60s on Wednesday and then low to mid 70s into Thursday and Friday. Now notice the weekend looks great, nice and dry, but look what happens to the temps. We're going to see 70s Friday and only 60s on Saturday and Sunday. So it'll be a very pretty and dry fall weekend. All right, Tom, how's it looking on there on the roads right now?
Not too bad on all the main roads. In fact, no issues to report immediately around the Baltimore region. The only issue that we have is 270 south coming out of Frederick, where there's a major backup there because of 2 vehicles, actually 3 vehicles, it says now there. But around the Baltimore region, yeah, this is what you're going to see. Just take it slow. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday morning, Mark.
Happy Monday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 operating with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and Camden train 845 presently running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time there. Light rail link with a 20-minute delay in both directions. Allowed time, of course, out there for light rail link, and Metro subway link looking good. No delays on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
United Airlines is pausing service at New York's JFK Airport at the end of October. Just ahead, what caused the decision ahead of the holiday travel season.
Buying groceries will continue to cause pain for your bank account. Just ahead, why you won't see food prices falling anytime soon. 6:21 is your time. 6:24 and in your consumer news this Monday, food industry experts say high grocery prices are here for the rest of the year.
Analysts and manufacturers say when next year comes, food prices won't necessarily fall, even if inflation levels drop. One market research company says food producers aren't seeing their own costs fall in terms of products or labor. Food prices in August were up more than 13% year over year. That is the highest annual hike since March of 1979.
Food stamp recipients are getting a boost in their benefits. The U.S. Department of Agriculture increasing monthly payments by 12.5%. It's about $104 more for a family of four each month. Nearly 41 million Americans count on food stamps to buy their groceries. The increase came into effect October 1st.
Gas prices are creeping back up again. The average cost for a gallon of gas in the U.S. rounded up to $3.80. That is roughly 7 cents higher than the average was just a week ago. But it's the same as the average was a month ago. AAA says higher demand, tighter supply, and volatile oil prices have caused a recent increase to the national average.
United Airlines temporarily halting service at New York's JFK Airport at the end of October. Action coming just weeks after the airline threatened to pull service from the airport if the FAA did not give it additional slots. It comes as the busy winter travel season is about to begin, but United says its schedule at JFK is just too small to remain competitive. Customers who have tickets on United involving JFK after October 29th will then be rebooked. Misty, cloudy, cool this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we will see and feel our next warm-up.
And city leaders scrap a planned skate park in West Baltimore. What skateboarders are doing today to make sure their concerns are heard.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
6:29, the wet and windy weather remains due to remnants from Ian here. Live look from Fells Point and Annapolis on the right side of your screen.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Monday, October 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers to look at the forecast for us.
Yeah, guys, good morning to both of you. You know, Friday we were talking about watching landfall for Ian in South Carolina and then the impacts for us here. And that's exactly what we saw with the rain that rolled in on Friday, off and on into Saturday, Sunday, into Monday. And it's going to continue at least for the next couple of days. Now, right now it looks nice and calm here over the Inner Harbor, but that rain continues to fall and the wind continues to pick up as well. Let's show you that HD radar where we're seeing some of the heaviest rain there, especially between Bel Air over to Jarrettsville. That continues down through Cockeysville and Timonium right now. A little farther to the south, still in Baltimore City, out through Elkridge and Severn over to Odenton there in Anne Arundel County. Bit of a break for you in Pasadena right now. And that's what we're going to see today will be kind of those off and on showers, mid to upper 40s. It is chilly right now. Look at these numbers here. Cockeysville at 45, 46 in Essex and Middle River. We're also at 46 there in Elkridge and 48 as you wake up with us in Glen Burnie. I have a yellow light there on your morning drive. Mr. Bowe says take it slow, especially before the sun comes up. A lot of ponding on the roadways from that rain that has fallen most of the night. Here's a look at the next 3 days, and numbers really don't improve too much. We're only going to be in the 50s today and tomorrow. Finally, by Wednesday, we'll see some warmer numbers, and eventually that sun will start breaking out by the middle of this week. Let's see what's going on the roads, Tom, with the traffic out there. And let me tell you, it was not fun driving in this morning.
Yeah, it still looks like that, too. You can see some slowdowns here. 695 and 70 on the Len-Stoller traffic network. You see that camera there that's backed up. Also, south of that, 295. Same thing. No accidents, just really slow because of the ponding that Justin was talking about. And also high winds have the Bay Bridge under some restrictions there, too.
6:31 now. A popular plan to get a skate park in an often violent area of the city is now scrapped. But people in that West Baltimore neighborhood are hoping to change that today.
That's right. Taylor Stewart is joining us here in studio live this morning. Taylor, what's happening today?
Well, today this was a major blow to the skateboard community, and they want to make sure their concerns are heard, so they're going straight to City Hall. Last month, leaders of the Baltimore Parks and Recreation Department announced it would no longer build a long-awaited skate park. Leaders initially agreed to build it in West Baltimore's Easterwood Park as part of a list of improvements. But activist Don Cheatham says these kids in West Baltimore should not have to leave their neighborhood to skate.
We are the Western District. That's the #1 crime place in the state of Maryland for the last 7 years. We have averaged 50 homicides a year. We're trying to find things to get the kids to do. My kids are so heartbroken to find out that they were really that close to getting a skateboard park.
Skateboarders and activists say reversing course on this project points to long-standing racial and structural inequities in the city. And
Taylor, what is the Department of Recreation and Parks saying, though, about that change?
Well, Tom, we reached out to them and they sent us this statement. It says in part that they were focusing at this time on the overall improvements to the Easterwood Park, and plans for the skate park are just not part of this phase. We pursued further funding and community input, and it was determined that the overall park improvements were the greater need. Now, the group is headed towards City Hall today at 4:30 this afternoon. That's the latest.
Well, also happening today, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby and her attorneys must refile their opposition to a gag order.
Now, they also have to explain why they should not face punishment for breaking the rules, and that's due by Friday, October 7th. This comes from the judge overseeing City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal charges, proposing sanctions on her defense team. While arguing against a gag order requested by federal prosecutors, Mosby's defense included private responses from potential jurors, which is not allowed.
Now to a city in crisis. A Baltimore police officer is still in the hospital after he was shot in the leg while responding to a call on Friday. A spokesperson for the Baltimore Police Department says the officer is doing well. There is no word on when he'll be released. Now, that shooting ended the month of September on a violent note, although the month saw just 13 homicides. That's less than any month this year. However, non-fatal shootings are still up, and the city remains on pace for more than 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row. This week, we'll continue to press Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale about his take on crime. Last week, we talked with him about the slow pace of progress.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress. So I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
Well, those comments came just days after 2 people were shot in Fells Point. While September may not have seen many murders, it did see its fair share of non-fatal shootings. In fact, there were 564 shootings this year. That's 38 more than the same time last year. Some experts say the advanced life-saving procedures at trauma centers that we have right here in Baltimore keep the death toll lower than it could be. They say non-fatal shootings take a huge toll on the city.
We're seeing people count the bodies, but they're not counting the people who are forever paraplegics, the people who are forever traumatized, the people who will never work again, people who will never hold their children again, and there are hundreds.
Well, on Thursday, the Baltimore City Council's Legislative Oversight Committee will hold its quarterly crime stats and prevention plan meeting. They will review crime numbers in the city and keep track of the progress in the fight against crime. The meeting comes as Councilman Zeke Cohen blames Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby for the summer surge in crime.
To be blunt, it's been a real challenge in terms of what the state's attorney is and is not prosecuting. We've seen, unfortunately, the lack of clarity with the policies play out in Fells Point.
Cohen continues to push for better communication from Mayor Brandon Scott and Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, something he feels will help address Baltimore's violence.
And this brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Baltimore City leaders are playing politics with your safety? As you see there at the bottom, 99% of those who have voted so far say yes. You can still weigh in, and we want to hear from you. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
6:36 from the Live Center this morning. We are taking you live to Washington, D.C., where today the term for the U.S. Supreme Court, that new term, will begin. The justices will decide cases on a range of major issues, including the rights of LGBTQ people, affirmative action in higher education, and voting rights. The new term, historic, with Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson now the first African-American woman to sit on the bench. Well, while it may be the most conservative court in years, it also sets the record for the most women on the bench at one time. Jackson seen here with fellow justices Amy Coney Barrett, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan. Now, today's hearing will be the first since the historic decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The court will also continue to provide live audio broadcasts of the arguments for the public. That is the latest from the Live Center this morning.
Well, the President and First Lady will be leaving to head to Puerto Rico at 10 o'clock this morning, just ahead of the destruction they're bound to see.
And periods of rain and drizzle will make a damp and slick commute this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we're going to see some drier conditions.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
What's better than one rainbow? 2 of them, near one of our national parks. This image was captured near Yellowstone's southern entrance. What's better than a blue sky, fluffy clouds, and a ring of fiery fall foliage? Seeing it twice. This photo snapped at New York's Lake Desolation. Also in New York State, a vibrant, colorful sunset reflected in a blanket of clouds.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:40, and the images of the devastation in Florida continue coming in. A state just beaten and battered by Hurricane Ian. Puerto Rico still trying to recover, though, from Hurricane Fiona, which hit the region 2 weeks ago.
It is one reason President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will head there today. National correspondent Christine Frizzell is live in our Washington, D.C. bureau. And Christine, what are we expecting from their visit?
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, good morning. President Biden wants to get a firsthand look of the damage and will also meet directly with families and community leaders impacted by the storm. He will also announce more than $60 million in funding. This is all part of that $1.2 trillion infrastructure law. The money will be used to strengthen flood walls, improve levees, and create a new flood warning system. 2 weeks after the storm hit, thousands of homes and many businesses are still without power. This is concerning for many reasons, and some Capitol Hill lawmakers have strongly criticized the power company there for charging so much to residents and failing to, quote, adequately develop and maintain crucial electrical infrastructure in Puerto Rico despite its lucrative 15-year contract. Now, President Biden's visit here also meant to send a message reaffirming the U.S. commitment to support Puerto Rico, which still, by the way, hadn't recovered from Hurricane Maria back in 2017. As far as President Biden's plans later this week, he is also scheduled to visit Florida on Wednesday. Tom, Patrice.
All right, Christine, thank you.
Members of the Coalition Against Policing by Hopkins are taking Johns Hopkins University to court. Just ahead, how this attempt could slow down the process to establish the private police force.
A long-awaited West Baltimore skate park is no longer in the works. Just ahead, what the Baltimore City Rec and Parks Department now has in mind. 6:42 is the time.
.45 in your Monday morning rush. Happening today, Marilyn Mosby and her attorneys must refile its opposition to a gag order. They also have to explain why they should not face punishment for breaking the rules. That's due by October 7th. This comes from the judge overseeing City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal charges proposing sanctions on her defense team. While arguing against a gag order requested by federal prosecutors, Mosby's defense included private responses from potential jurors. which is not allowed.
A news conference outside of City Hall is happening today to address the proposed plans to scrap the long-awaited West Baltimore skate park. Community activist Doc Cheatham was among those behind the Easterwood Park design. He says the project came about after he noticed children in his area traveling long distances to other skate parks miles away. But now, instead of giving kids a new place to skate, Rec and Parks decided to make improvements to the current park. Fox 45 reached out to the Baltimore City Rec and Parks Department for comment. We got a statement back saying the focus is on other improvements at Easterwood Park, including to the playground, trails, and basketball courts.
Well, just 1 month into the school year, we're already seeing videos of a violent fight at a Baltimore County school. Now a group of parents and community members, they're taking a stand. Taylor Stewart is joining us live in studio with a closer look at their concerns. Taylor.
Yeah, obviously parents are upset. You see this video, it's violent, and family members say they'd like to see that violence end in the classroom. Now, the shocking video is just the most recent one we've seen here on Fox 45 News. But in about 15 minutes, we'll tell you about the plan they have to rally outside one of the high schools happening today, and parents what they hope to see change.
Swim in the Potomac. We were on the Maryland side, which is much cleaner, right?
No, exactly, no. New Zealand singer Lorde appeared to address her controversial swim in the Potomac River during her Saturday set at the All Things Go Festival in Columbia. The singer shocked a crowd at the Anthem in D.C. when she told them that she had spent time lying in the Potomac River. Lorde trended on Twitter for days after that, so she joked at Saturday's set that she is now a radioactive creature, and I don't know if that's a joke or not, but
it sounds
swimming
pretty
in the
serious.
Potomac is kind of like saying you swam in the Inner Harbor. It's not something you would, you're not
People
gonna
don't
do
brag
that.
about unless
No.
you're from New Zealand and you don't know and you think, oh, all the waterways are nice and clean.
Of course.
And
I mean,
everything's great.
you don't do this on the weekend? You don't go for a little float down the Potomac?
I mean, one look into it would tell you, no.
I'll let the trash wheel do the thing in the Inner Harbor. I'm not going anywhere in there. I mean, look, my wife, I think it was last year, she did the paddleboarding thing in the Inner Harbor. And I was like, what are you doing? If you fall off, you're in the nasty water. She didn't fall off, so
good for her.
Yeah, for her. But I'm like, I'm not even taking that chance.
you guys that way.
I'm not taking that chance.
In the time that I've been here, and all the years that I've been here, there was a plan to try to make the harbor swimmable within 10 years. And but we're still here, where we're not at that place.
But Lorde's at that place.
She was like, it's swimmable to me. Right?
So that just makes you wonder what kind of water she's used to, because I like water I can see down to my toes. Like
I don't know.
Clear.
I mean, I've been to New Zealand. It was beautiful there. They didn't have water like the Inner Harbor. So anyway. All right, 6:48 is your time. I did not know Lorde was from New Zealand.
I didn't either.
That's what I learned this morning.
I did too.
Yeah, interesting.
Little nugget for you.
What? Wait a second.
Look, that does look swimmable, right?
Yeah. Wait, what is all this stuff over here on the kitchen set?
Oh, we got donuts.
We got donuts?
Yeah, nobody told you.
Why am I the last to know about everything around here?
There's some left over.
There is?
Yeah.
Just a few.
All right, good. Hey, let's take a look at our rainy start to our day. Yeah, it's just kind of like a side. Here's the good thing, guys. The O's have a winning season for the first time in 6 years. It's been since 2016 that the O's had a winning season. We got 3 games left against the Blue Jays. They took the series against the Yankees, and they prevented Aaron Judge from getting his 62nd homer in New York this weekend. We took 2 out of 3. So let's see what happens tonight. Hopefully we can get the game in. It's not looking very optimistic, because that rain is going to be with us not only today, but also tomorrow. So 2 night games and an afternoon game Wednesday. Probably going to have to double some of those up. 48 is your current temperature. That's it. And our north wind at about 10 to 15 miles an hour makes it feel like we're in the lower 40s. So make sure you and the kids get all ready for the rain and the cooler weather that's going to stay with us for today. This is a look at our HD radar right now from Bel Air over to Baldwin, down into Perry Hall and Overley. We are seeing those rain showers at this time. Straight down into Baltimore City, down through Brooklyn Park. Now, a little bit of a break here and there from Dundalk over toward Greenhaven. And as you pull out a little bit further, you can actually see some pockets of some drier air. So even though we've got the rain around, this is how it's going to play out today. We'll have those periods of moderate rainfall. More of this, what we call a coastal low, continues to bring a lot of rain to Philly. chilly, and that's all going to come into our area right down the 95. There's that L right there. This is basically the remnants of Ian, and it's now kind of reimagined, I should say, as a coastal low that's actually going to get closer to us and push in, bringing us more rain for today and tomorrow. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. It's going to stay wet today. As I mentioned, about 10, 11 o'clock this morning and into the afternoon, you'll see some pockets of areas where it will not be raining, and some times where it will not be raining as well. But then more rain develops tonight. Watch this, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. Look at all the yellow right there. So that moderate to heavy rain is going to roll in, again, right around game time for the O's tonight, which I don't think is going to be taking place because of the rainfall. Here's a look at our future scan. We do have potential to see another possibly 2 to 3 inches on the eastern shore. So for Chestertown, down through Stevensville into Easton and Denton, those numbers are going to be on top of what we've already seen. And then we have to deal with the wind as well today, guys. 20 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts right now. More of that wind stays with us. That northerly flow will continue today and tomorrow as well, and the rain stays with us also. And then these temperatures, man, I'll tell you, look at these chilly numbers. 50s for Monday and Tuesday. We finally get some warmer numbers by Wednesday, and by Wednesday afternoon, we do expect at least some pockets of sunshine. Thursday and Friday look great. Highs back in the low to mid 70s with plenty of sun heading toward the weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Still staying active while enjoying your favorite fiesta food. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, get a workout done before National Taco Day.
And enjoy live music, local food, and craft beer at one of Baltimore's most unique neighborhoods. Just ahead, Be More Lifestyle's Mark Clark is taking you to the 20th annual Pigtown Festival.
Oh, speaking of food and drink, one drink in particular is much needed this morning.
With the rain, the wind, and it's a Monday morning, definitely in need of a coffee break.
6:55, a lawsuit filed against Johns Hopkins University for trying to instate their own private police force. Opponents argue the police force is unnecessary and would treat people of color differently. Joining us now, the future outcomes of the Hopkins police force, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
Hey, remember this, 3 years ago, Johns Hopkins University trying this 3 years ago. Students were the mouthpiece, really, of the protests. Arrests were made in over weeks of protests here, even chaining themselves to some of the buildings.
You know, it's fascinating why anyone, given how women are often raped and it goes underreported, how crime takes place, petty crime. Sometimes you have a homicide on college campuses. It's hard, Tom, for us to fathom why anyone would not want extra layers of security, particularly on a campus like Johns Hopkins University. And so when I was studying this report over the weekend, I was encouraged to find that many students absolutely encouraging and parents that Johns Hopkins is putting in more layers to protect their students' way of life. But for everyone to reduce, adding more security down to race and marginalizing people of color, you know, we've seen where that's gotten us in the past when we tried to defund the police. Tom, this is basically the same argument. You should not have security because it's going to target certain people. The bottom line is that if you're not committing a crime, I think we live in an age today where people have learned a lesson, especially law enforcement. They're not going to arrest you or apprehend you unless you're involved in some kind of crime. And they're there to protect their way of life. I just don't get it, Tom. I just don't get it.
Well, Armstrong, though, it's a private university, so why even ask the community about this? Why not just do it and just be like, well, this is the way it is?
Well, other universities should learn the lesson in Johns Hopkins, Tom. Don't ask. Because this is where we are. These kids have been so indoctrinated in believing that law enforcement is against them, that they're often against their own interests until there's an incident or someone lose their life, and then you ask, where was security? Why didn't we have more security in place? And when you try to put security in place, Tom, this is what you get. And Tom, we're not talking about a few students. Do you see all those students that were protesting? Even when they decided to go virtual, they tried to protest. Right. You ask yourself, what is happening to our country and what is happening to common sense in terms of showing and understanding and appreciating what law enforcement must do to protect our way of life? It's just baffling, actually.
It is. All right, Armstrong Williams, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom.
We're fed up. We're tired. Our goal is to send us a very strong message, and we're willing to do whatever it takes.
A viral video shows a Baltimore County student wielding a bat at her alleged bullies, while parents are planning to turn up the heat today on the school district to better ensure student safety.
The storm, as the death toll rises, devastates Florida and other states. Straight ahead, the massive cleanup now underway, and how much longer our region will feel the effects of Ian.
And a deadline today is awaiting Marilyn Mosby and her defense team in her federal indictment. What a judge is considering after Mosby's lawyers broke court rules and revealed information about potential jurors.
On a tale of two cities, the Orioles beating the New York Yankees to clinch their first winning season since 2016. The Ravens, meanwhile, blowing another big home lead and then falling to one of the best teams in the AFC.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are in the home stretch for this year's midterm elections, 5 weeks out until voters make critical decisions about the control of Congress, top offices in Maryland. That will all set the tone for the next 4 years. Taylor Stewart has a new poll this morning on the race for governor and challenges to counting mail-in ballots. And Baltimore native Bob Wallace is standing by live as well. He's going to discuss the push to have term limits for elected positions in Baltimore. We begin, though, with the latest on Ian as the death toll increases in Florida. Good morning to all of you on this October 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and right now that storm is said to have claimed 76 lives already, where Florida residents are just beginning to pick up the pieces as FEMA embarks on an unprecedented recovery effort. Now, across the state, National Guard has rescued more than 1,500 people just from the floodwaters. Ian has been sitting on top of our region for days now, bringing steady rain and showers. Ocean City residents, they're bracing for scenes like this one right here as Ian raises the flooding threat along the coast. Rain not done with us yet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers leads us off with the latest word on the weather. Justin?
Yeah, it's been wet pretty much the last couple of days, Tom, and that's what we're going to continue to see here. Ian, or the remnants from Ian, not done with us just yet. You can see the cloud cover out there in Towson. Some of you getting a break from the rain this hour. You can see where that rain is right here on our HD radar. So Aberdeen over toward APG up to Perryville, you're getting a break, but those showers continue for Bel Air over to Jarrettsville and Baldwin, all the way across into northern Baltimore County down through Moncton and Cockeysville. A couple of showers as well right over downtown Baltimore, but then you go out south and down toward Greenhaven and Pasadena, a little bit of a break there as well. And you can see kind of the wider picture there. Westminster, Carroll County over to Frederick and Howard County, you're also seeing some breaks. That's what's going to happen over the next couple of hours. 30s in western Maryland this morning. How about that? We're at 48 in Frederick, 47 in Baltimore City, so it is a chilly morning for sure. Off and on showers through the day, and unfortunately more rainy days ahead. And please take it slow out there on the roads. Mr. Bowe says we've got the wet roads to deal with through your morning commute. Tom, let's take a closer look at those roads. What are you working on? Is there any major incident right now?
Thankfully, no major incidents, but there are some slowdowns, some flooding in secondary roads, especially up all along the Susquehanna. But right now, we do have one incident. 695's out of loop right at Wilkins Avenue. There's one vehicle involved there. That's not really causing any delays. It's mainly that stretch from 795 to 70 right through Woodlawn and Security Boulevard, that it's just the sheer volume that's slowing it down. You can see the standstill there, and there's no incident stopping it. It's just the slowdown because of the weather.
All 7:02 and making headlines this morning. A Baltimore officer shot in the line of duty on Friday remains in the hospital. The officer was shot in East Baltimore during a struggle with a 19-year-old in East Baltimore. We're told that the teen's mother had filed a restraining order against her son, who had been suffering from mental health problems. When officers arrived at the scene, police say a struggle ensued and the teen shot the officer in the thigh. The teen was then arrested without any incident. Police have not released his identity nor the officers.
Well, in Anne Arundel County, police are looking for the man they say accidentally fired a gun in the food court of the Arundel Mills Mall Saturday. Police say now no one was shot, but two people ended up being hurt because of a stampede while they were running away from the incident. The mall is back open for business. 3 people are hurt after 2 separate incidents in Baltimore County this weekend. The first happening just after 9 Saturday night in Catonsville, where police say 2 people were shot. Their conditions are not clear at this point. Second happened, though, around 2:30 overnight Sunday morning. Well, police say a man was shot multiple times in Owings Mills. He's in critical condition this morning. It's not clear what led up to either of these shootings, but both are under investigation.
Happening today, Marilyn Mosby's defense team has to defend itself against why the court shouldn't sanction the city-state's attorney. It comes after lawyers defending her in a federal trial revealed information about potential jurors. Her team was responding to a request from the government to instate a gag order in the case. The court has ordered that information be removed from the file. They have until today to respond.
Parents in Baltimore County, they're planning to rally after the viral video you see right there last week showed a girl using a baseball bat defending herself, she says, at a school. That's according to the family of a 15-year-old student from Perry Hall High. The family is saying this incident unfolded right in front of school administrators. Well, today, parents and educators will be holding a Safe Schools 911 rally, calling on school officials to do more to keep their students safe.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time, and it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
Right here. Again, this video that was caught that we show right here showing the bat swinging right there is actually the incident. It's the violence in schools, and parents are saying that it needs to stop. You can follow the latest developments on these stories throughout the day with the free WBFF mobile app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
7:04 now. Voters heading to the polls in November will have the option to vote for or against term limits for city leaders. Question K would apply to the mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and council members, limiting them to 2 4-year terms. Former mayoral candidate Bob Wallace joins us this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Patrice. How are you?
I'm doing well. So this is a petition that's being pushed by People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, which was largely financed by David Smith, who owns FOX45, just as a point of disclosure. There's been some confusion over the wording of this petition. What do you understand this question to say?
Well, the petition as it stands today applies to certain positions in the city government, the mayor, city council, and it gives them a minimum or maximum of 2 terms, 8 years. It does not prevent them from assuming new jobs, a new role, but not staying in the same role for more than 8 years over a 12-year cycle. So
the question is, are you in favor of this? Are you in favor of term limits for city leaders?
I say okay to question K. I have been pushing this, Patrice, for a long, long time. When I ran for mayor in 2020 and looked at the city government and how we were solving problems or not solving problems, there were 3 things that came to mind. We needed to look at leadership. We need to look at the processes, which is how we do what we do, and technology. So we start with leadership, which is political leadership. It became clear to me that we needed new ideas, we needed innovation, and we needed new blood. Running as an independent, I learned firsthand how difficult it is to break in as an independent into this political environment. Our system is designed for 2 parties and no more. And so what I think is important for us as a city to solve our problems and to be a great city is to bring in new ideas, new people, young people, give young people a chance to lead us. I think that can make a difference in our city.
So some people will say, why is it necessary, though, to term limit leaders? If people don't like the job that they're doing, won't they vote them out of office? And by that same measure, if they're doing a good job, then now you've arbitrarily made a decision that you have to get rid of them because of limits.
That is true. I think every now and then we will have a Kurt Smoke or a Mayor Schaefer, men and women who get things done and know how to get things done. But I would argue that they are the exception and not the norm. What we need to do as people and leaders in the city is to systematize success, systematize innovation, systematize problem solving. And that requires that we systematize how we bring in new leaders and when we bring in new leaders to lead us.
Very interesting. Bob Wallace, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patrice. Have a good day.
Well, Taylor Stewart is following 2 election headlines for us this morning from our live center. Taylor.
Well, the race for governor is on, and a new poll shows Wes Moore leading by over 30 points. Now, this poll coming out of the Washington Post and the University of Maryland, it found 60% of registered voters say they'd vote for Wes Moore. 28% there say they'll vote for Republican candidate Dan Cox. Now, this Friday, Maryland's highest court will start hearing oral arguments in a lawsuit over counting mail-in ballots before Election Day. The court's decision to hear the case came on Friday, just 1 day after the Court of Special Appeals denied that motion. Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox filed the suit. His attorneys arguing counting before November 8th is unconstitutional. Mail-in ballots have since grown in popularity since the pandemic, and leaders say it could take December to January just to finish that count. But by law, they only have 10 days to count the votes. That's the latest here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Taking a live look now from M&T Bank Stadium on this rainy Monday morning here. Ravens take another blow against a big lead at home and are dealt a tough loss. One of the best teams in the AFC, the Buffalo Bills. Happened again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure who wrote this and said it's not as shocking as what happened at the Miami game. It was as shocking as what happened in the Miami game. This is the second time we've seen our lead just decimated, and then we lose it all in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, showing that interception right there. I mean, still, Lamar Jackson is still an incredible player, both Miami and here. I mean, just incredible. What, he had how many touchdowns in Miami? 5? And what, he had 3 here? So you're going
through 2 picks.
Yeah, but the 2 picks. That one, though, throwing in the end zone, chucking it up, trying to make it.
And you think, okay, great, home field advantage. We're 0-2 at home.
I know.
I mean, they've lost both home games. Yeah. Now, look, we had all 4 games against the AFC East.
Yep.
This Sunday, we get back to divisional play. So the Bengals are here Sunday night, and we'll see what happens with the division.
That's also going to be a tough game.
It's going to be tough.
A tough game again at home.
Is tough.
And so hopefully, because I heard them saying yesterday that we are now, we've tied our record or broken our record of 5 straight home losses.
Coming from, I guess, not last season.
Last
so
year,
hopefully we don't make that 6 come Sunday.
We don't want that to be a curse either, too. You don't want to start that. But, I mean, every game, fourth quarter, with the Ravens, you're like, anxiety. I mean, you're going like, what is happening? Why?
Yeah,
they start the big lead, and then third, you're like, oh, no, they got this.
And you can't blame the elements because Buffalo plays in snow, and, it's outside. That's what happens. Bills Mafia, they were representing yesterday and all around town. Anyway, we'll see. But on to bigger and brighter things. How about the Orioles, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes.
How about that?
From last year to this year, I mean, they're not playing through October.
Only team in Major League Baseball that have gone from 50 losses last year, 50 wins last year, to a winning season the very next year. Only team to do that.
They were the bottom last year.
I know.
So they're not going to the playoffs.
No, they're not.
They're mathematically eliminated
they
from
are.
that. But the bright side is what you're saying. They had an amazing season.
Yeah, and a winning record too.
So.
And the other one, that man right there, didn't break the history.
No, he did not.
That was. You imagine being a pitcher now against him and see if he's going to get 62.
Stand up?
Yeah, I mean,
it's intimidating anyway.
Well, and he's tied 61 now. Now going for 62. You're like,
yeah, they host the Blue Jays tonight. The O's do. Look, it's not looking good weather-wise tonight or tomorrow night for those games. So they've got 3 games left this year against the Blue Jays. They're all at home. We'll see what happens.
All right. Well, thank you. Here's a look at the stories that are making our headlines this hour. Homeless encampment prevents some vendors from setting up at the Baltimore's Farmers Market. We have a response now from Mayor Brandon Scott.
Longtime plans to build a skate park in West Baltimore are now scrapped. How residents are planning to demand answers. 7-Eleven, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:14 on this Monday morning, and October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. More than 12 million Americans per year are affected by intimate partner violence, and the pandemic made it even worse. Joining us now to stop the abuse, Laura Clary, Clinical Program Manager for the Sexual Assault Forensic Examination, or SAFE, and Domestic Violence Program at GBMC. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning.
We hear about this and the numbers with the pandemic because people were forced to be together a little bit longer. Those numbers go up even more. So where are we today with the statistics and the progress that's being made?
So the statistics show that about 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men are a victim of some form of intimate partner violence at some point in their life. So it's pretty shocking. Just here in Baltimore County, 1 in 4 families are affected.
And when we say this, though, when we talk about abuse, it doesn't have to be physical. So it's important to, somebody's like, well, I've never been abused. My family, it's never going to happen to me. But it's really important to know because your siblings or maybe your children later on in life may start encountering something and you need to know the signs.
Right. So a lot of people think that it's just physical abuse, but we see abuse in all different forms. There's emotional abuse, there's financial abuse. And what we're starting to see now in the younger population is digital abuse, where partners are controlling their significant other by their social media, by their cell phones.
And how do you recognize that? Like a family or friend is going through that. How do you start seeing the trends where you can step in or do something?
So things to look for are an overly controlling partner. If you notice that a friend or family member is starting to withdraw from activities that they previously enjoyed, or if you notice that their partner is overly jealous and not wanting them to hang out with friends or family and trying to isolate them, those are all red flags that should really start to throw up some warning signs to say, hey, maybe I should talk to my friend or my family member about this.
You start the conversation and then they're in denial lots of times, or it's embarrassing, so they don't want to talk about it and they say they get very defensive. What's the next step then?
I think you just continue to be a supporter for that person. Let them know that you're there for them when they are ready to talk about it. And the best way to be a supporter is to know the resources that are available for when that friend comes to you.
What's the best place to go to? I know at GBMC, you do a lot here. We've spoken over the years now, trying to get the word out, educate people, say that there are places where you can go. You're not alone. And that's the feeling. Feel like they're the only ones going through this, but that's not true.
That is not true, but they do feel very isolated. So knowing that there are places like the GBMC Safe and Domestic Violence program is very, very important. Letting them know that we have a website that they can visit, or they can come in through our program in the hospital.
Laura Clary, thank you so much for doing your work and getting the word out, making sure that everyone has help and there are options for them. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Sure. Well, make sure you send us your health questions and suggested topics to news@foxbaltimore.com with the subject line, Monday Morning House Call.
7:17 is your time right now. I want to show you, it's kind of zoomed in there, but we are looking live at the Annapolis Harbor. We talked about this over the weekend, how we are having the potential for some minor flooding right now. And it's basically when we're going to see the high tide. That's when we expect more of those water levels to rise once again. Notice there are really no boats that are in there at this time, and the water is where it should be, where it is typically not over the docks. But we definitely saw that here, not only in Annapolis, but also around Fells Point, where we're seeing some of that minor flooding. Luckily, we escaped without much here for the weekend. However, we are not done. More of this rain is going to be around. In fact, we're seeing the rain today, but really tomorrow looks to be even heavier rain. This is on top of an already very saturated ground. We've seen more than 1.5 inches and 2 inches since the rain started Friday. And man, we have not seen the sun for quite some time. That irritates me and maybe you as well. But we have a good shot here from our Towson camera. A lot of cloud cover out there. It was still nice to go out on Friday night. A shout out to my friends over there at Masoni's in Baltimore County. Lisa said hi, and she loves watching the show. She was our server. And then some guy named Paul said he watches our show, too. Now, I don't know if it's Paul Masoni or not, but it was Paul, and he said hello. So, hello, Paul and Lisa. 47-year temp in Towson right now. A little north wind at about 9 to 15 miles an hour. Wind chill numbers in the lower 40s, so that's what it feels like as you step out right now. And this is a look at where some of that rain is. Jarrettsville, just to the west of Bel Air. Still seeing some showers in Bel Air, down through Baldwin, Perry Hall, and White Marsh, over to Overly, Essex, and Middle River. Now notice there are some areas where you're getting a break from the rain for APG, Aberdeen, all the way down to Chestertown, the Eastern Shore, also west in Carroll County and Howard County. You're just seeing a couple of light showers at this time. All of this is from this coastal low, which is basically the remnants of Hurricane Ian still hanging around and will continue to be kind of loitering out here in the Atlantic. That's going to be spinning around that counterclockwise flow. So when you see that coastal low set up, it's actually going to shift a little farther to the west over the next couple of days. That's what's going to bring in more of that onshore flow and more of that rain to our area. This is a look at your hourly future scan. So through 9 a.m., still off and on showers. Notice as we take you into the afternoon, there'll be some breaks where it won't be raining heavily and we'll just get some of the light showers. But as we head into 7 o'clock tonight and into the 8 o'clock hour, right when the O's are going to be trying to take the field against the Blue Jays, look at that, all of that rain. And the yellow is indicating some moderate to heavy rain between 8 and 11 o'clock this evening. That's going to be another round of those showers. And as we take you through Wednesday, look at the expected rainfall numbers, especially for you on the eastern shore. Still another 2 to 3 inches possible with a lot of us along Cockeysville down through Baltimore into Annapolis right there in the 95 corridor, picking up at least 1.5 inches to 2 inches of additional rain from what we saw over the weekend. So temperatures don't do much. Staying in the 50s today and tomorrow. We're back to the 60s, finally starting the drying process by Wednesday afternoon, and then great weather on the way into Thursday and Friday before we cool off this weekend. Should be dry for the Ravens game Sunday night. Patrice?
All right, that sounds good. Thank you, Justin. Now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. This is a live look over the Towson and Loch Raven area. We are seeing slowdowns. Traffic still moving, but it is going slower out there on this Monday morning.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work, it is time for our job of the day. Price Right's location in Rosedale is looking for an assistant store manager. The position involves running day-to-day operations of the grocery store. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com. There is a new law in effect as you head out the door this morning. What you need to know about Maryland's expanded Move Over law.
Ooh, he was so fine. And I'm sorry, I'm busy, guys. Look, it's the 20th annual Pigtown Festival. I'm here. Sir Piggleton is here. We'll talk about all that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:24 and it's so Baltimore. Enjoy live music, local food, and arts all along Pigtown's Main Street.
The 20th annual Pigtown Festival is happening this weekend. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Southwest Baltimore to talk about what's happening. And I want to know who's fine. Are we talking about you or the pig, Mark? We caught you in the tease there, talking about somebody's fine.
Yes. Well, Sir Piggleton is fine. Look at him. He's a great-looking little pig there. Okay, we have the beautiful ladies who are taking us through this wonderful morning. We've got
Nancy, Valerie,
and
Andoria,
who is the MC for this amazing event. So tell us, who wants to start? Who wants to start?
I want to start. So this is the 20th annual Pigtown Festival, and that's on Saturday, October the 8th from 12 to 7 p.m. and the Kids Zone, which is going to be from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay, so Valerie.
Yes, we're excited about the event this year. We have a kids mobile stage. We have music by 12-year-old DJ Bray, and we have Katira Love, American Idol contestant, on the show that's going to perform for us.
Nancy.
And we're going to be doing crafts because, of course, it's the Kids Zone, and Scrap will be there. Scrap is a creative reuse center, so we have taken all sorts of materials that people have discarded and said, no, we can make a fun craft. What do you think?
That's just a little bit of the activity now. Sir Piggleton does not talk, so I want to speak for him. That's what he said. I'm just interpreting what he said.
Thanks.
That's right.
Thanks for clearing that up for us. We appreciate that.
I understand fully now. I mean, whoa. All right, Mark, thank you. It'll be a good time once Mark leaves. The event will be great. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. I think we're going to be haunted by that sound.
Serious, my goodness. All right, well, let's talk about Florida here. Devastated by Hurricane Ian. We're following recovery efforts and how long our region will feel the effects of the storm.
And plans to build a skate park in West Baltimore scrapped. Ahead this morning, why residents say they've not yet given up. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We watched boats, houses, we watched everything just go flying by. We've lost so much at this point.
Yeah, you can just imagine as these startling images continue pouring out of Florida and South Carolina, showing the destruction Hurricane Ian left behind. Thousands being rescued. Now residents are beginning the process to pick things back up. Well, good morning on this Monday, October 3rd. I'm Tom Rogers.
And I'm Patrice Sanders. We have live team coverage of Ian. Taylor Stewart is at the Live Center with the recovery response that is now underway.
First, we want to go to meteorologist Justin Chambers with Ian's day-long impact on our region here.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, basically, it started on Friday, guys, after it made landfall in South Carolina. We started getting the cloud cover, the rain. We had rain off and on throughout most of the weekend. Still getting a few showers, a little bit of a break right now over the Inner Harbor, but the cloudy skies and the cool temperatures are here. You can see this is the HD radar right now. The heaviest rain is to the north of us. In areas around Perry Hall over to White Marsh, down in the Middle River in Essex, you're still seeing some of those rain showers. Downtown Baltimore seeing a couple of light showers now, moving down toward Greenhaven and Pasadena in Anne Arundel County. But some of you are getting a break. Again, you can see those areas where we're not seeing the green blobs there on your map. A lot of green on this map. Check it out. 45 your number in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley right now. 47 in Jospatown. You're waking up to 46 in Bel Air and 47 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Now, Mr. Bowe all morning has been saying take it slow. And today, also tonight, and tomorrow's commute, all going to be wet. So you want to make sure to give a little extra time out there. Just be patient on the roadways, upper 40s and lower 50s. And we're only going to get to those 50s here today and tomorrow. Notice we really don't see much in the way of warmer temperatures, not until we get to Wednesday. That's when we'll finally see that sun trying to break through. We'll have another look at that full forecast for you coming up in a few. How is it on the roads right now, Tom?
Looking pretty good, actually. Not too bad, all things considered. Just the sheer volume as you're taking a look at the Lens Solar Traffic Network. Here's a look at 8, 95, and 95 this morning, and it's really just the volume that's out on the Baltimore major roadways that will be causing some delays.
From the Live Center this morning, I'm Taylor Stewart, and we're taking a live look right now over the White House, where the president and first lady will leave for Puerto Rico at 10 o'clock this morning. Now, we've seen so much destruction from Hurricane Ian, but recall less than 2 weeks ago, Hurricane Fiona battered Puerto Rico, knocking out the island's entire power grid. Now, they're going to go there today and say 10% of residents still do not have power this morning.
We owe Puerto Rico a hell of a lot more than they've already gotten. My administration is working closely with the CBC members to do whatever it takes to help search and rescue, recovery, and rebuilding.
The president and first lady will then travel to Florida on Wednesday to view the path of destruction Ian carved out into the western part of the state. Communities like Arcadia, Florida are still underwater this morning. You can see those trucks just on top of the water and roofs inundated. Now, we will continue to cover this as the president heads to Florida later this week. But right now, we know 76 people have been confirmed dead. That's the latest here at the Live Center. Taylor Stewart.
Now to a city in crisis. A Baltimore police officer is still in the hospital after he was shot in the leg while responding to a call on Friday. A spokesperson for the Baltimore Police Department says the officer is doing well. There is no word on when he'll be released. That shooting ended the month of September on a violent note. Although the month saw just 13 homicides, less than any month this year. However, non-fatal shootings are still up, and the city remains on pace for more than 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row. This week, we'll continue to press Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale about his take on crime. Last week, we spoke with him about the slow pace of progress.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress. So I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
Those comments came just days after two people were shot in Fells Point. While September may not have seen many murders, it did see its fair share of non-fatal shootings. In fact, 564 non-fatal shootings this year. That's 38 more than the same time last year. Some experts say the advanced life-saving procedures at the trauma centers that are here in Baltimore keep the death toll lower than it could be. They say non-fatal shootings take a huge toll, though, on the city.
We're seeing people count the bodies, but they're not counting the people who are forever paraplegics, the people who are forever traumatized, the people who will never work again, people who will never hold their children again, and there are hundreds.
On Thursday, the Baltimore City Council's Legislative Oversight Committee will hold its quarterly crime stats and prevention plan meeting. They will review crime numbers in the city and keep track of the progress in the fight against crime. That meeting comes as Councilman Zeke Cohen blames City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby for the summer surge in crime.
To be blunt, it's been a real challenge in terms of what the state's attorney is and is not prosecuting. We've seen, unfortunately, the lack of clarity with the policies play out in Fells Point.
Cohen continues to push for better communication from Mayor Brandon Scott and Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, something he feels will help address Baltimore's violence. Now that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Baltimore City leaders are playing politics with your safety? So far, 99% of those who voted say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, elsewhere in a city in crisis, a homeless encampment prevents some vendors from setting up at the Baltimore's farmers market.
One vendor said when he arrived Sunday morning, a group of homeless people took over his stall, including his electricity access.
Well, during the market, one of the people in the encampment threatened him, and then another unplugged his cords. A spokeswoman for Mayor Brandon Scott says the city wasn't aware the encampment was there until after the market ended. She said the city's Office of Homeless Services is working with the homeless people to, quote, see how we can all best move forward together. Well, the weekly market is held under Jones Falls Expressway, featuring almost 100 vendors each Sunday morning.
Happening today, a press conference outside of City Hall to address the proposed plans to scrap the long-awaited West Baltimore skate park. Community activist Doc Cheatham was among those behind the Easterwood Park design. He says the project came about after he noticed children in his area traveling long distances to other skate parks miles away. But now, instead of giving kids a new place to skate, Reckin Parks decided to make improvements to the current park. Cheatham says the community is devastated.
We are the Western District. That's the #1 crime place in the state of Maryland for the last 7 years. We have averaged 50 homicides a year. We're trying to find things to get the kids to do. My kids are so heartbroken to find out that they were really that close to getting a skateboard park.
Fox 45 reached out to the Baltimore City Rec and Parks Department for comment. We got a statement back saying the focus is on other improvements at Easterwood Park, including improvements to the playground, trails, and basketball courts.
A Steelers fan ends up dying during yesterday's football game. What authorities say happened, though?
And our days of seeing rain continues. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will tell us when that rain's finally going to move out. 7:38 is the time.
7:40 is your time right now. When I was a kid, my mom called me Captain Sunshine. I'd go outside and say, rain, rain, go away, come again another day. Well, I need to do that because we're not going to see that rain leave anytime soon. Unfortunately, more of that rain stays with us here at this hour. And check out these numbers, 30s in western Maryland this morning. Think those leaves are going to start changing out there in Garrett County? Yeah, already happening with temperatures in the mid to upper 40s for us here at home. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
7:41 now and making headlines. At least 125 people are dead after a stampede at an Indonesian soccer match in one of the world's deadliest disasters ever at a sporting event.
Saturday's match rivalry erupted in violence. You see the crowds coming there. Tens of thousands of fans ended up of the losing team, started throwing objects at players and officials for both teams, eventually storming the stadium pitch. You see, riot police fired tear gas, and then witnesses say officers started beating them with sticks and their shields. So that's when the stampede started out of the stadium, and it led to cases of suffocation. Well, more than 300 people were injured, and Indonesian authorities fear the death toll could rise.
Pittsburgh police are investigating a man's death after the Steelers game on yesterday. Police say they believe that the man fell off an escalator at the stadium just after the game against the New York Jets. Paramedics tried to help the man, but he ended up being taken to a local hospital where he later died from his injuries. Now, it's not clear what caused the fall from the escalator.
Yeah, the neurotrauma consultant who cleared Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa is returned to the Buffalo game last weekend, is now out of a job.
3 post office workers have been arrested as part of a $1 million fraud and identity theft scheme. What investigators say happened.
There's a new rule on Maryland roads this morning. We have a lawyer standing by to tell us all about the expanded move over law. 7:43 is the time.
The following segment is sponsored by Gilman and Bedigian.
7:46. We are now 3 days into October, and the new month brought with it new laws for the state. One of them is an expansion of the move over law. Attorney Charles Gilman with Gilman and Bedigian joins us this morning. Good morning.
Morning, Patrice.
So we've had the move over law for police, for first responders, construction zones, and we've been adding to that. But now this is a new version. It's an expanded law. What does this version say?
This law is exactly what you said. It's expanded. It applies to any vehicle that's stopped on the shoulder or stopped in a lane on a highway or a road that's more than 2 lanes in each direction. Excuse me, that's stopped for any reason. Hazards on, cones out, broken down, just pulled over, whatever it may be.
And so why do we keep seeing this expansion? How common is it to see an accident involving someone that's on the side of the road?
Unfortunately, it's a lot more common than I thought until I did some research for this piece today. The accidents are actually, there's so many of them. There's about 58 fatalities a year from this and thousands of people injured because cars aren't moving over. So, it's kind of like the cell phone law and the do not text and drive law and the seatbelt law. It's almost, they need to legislate common sense into some people.
So how do you actually enforce this? So what if someone says, well, I couldn't get over. It came up too fast. I didn't know someone was going to be off on the side of the road. There was really nowhere for me to go. What do you do? And what does law enforcement say about that?
I think law enforcement's going to have to issue the tickets and let the courts decide. There's a little bit of ambiguity in the law because it says when safe to do so. So I think that there's going to be some interpretation, and perhaps we'll see the law cleaned up later down the road after the courts begin to interpret it. But it's going to be quite interesting to see how it's enforced and how tickets are issued. Quite frankly, I think one of the most interesting things is going to be if they start putting cameras or license plate readers on tow trucks or other state vehicles that can take pictures of people as they drive by, like a red light camera, that don't move over when there's a vehicle in the lane or on the shoulder.
That would be interesting to see if we progress to that point. So what is the penalty if you don't move over? And I understand that it goes up according to the seriousness of any potential, I guess, incident that could result because you didn't move over.
If there's no personal injury at all, it's a $110 fine and 1 point.
Ooh,
if there's personal injury, the fine goes up to $150 and 3 points. If there's serious injury or death, it's $750 fine and 3 points on your license. But we have to keep in mind that if there's an injury or something that goes wrong, the police are free to charge people with negligent driving and many other laws that are already on the books that accompany this. So somebody who causes injury could have multiple charges, and this would just now be on that laundry list of charges.
All right. So the bottom line here is take it seriously and move over. All right, Charles, thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks.
Yeah, 7:50 right now. And of course, we need to check on this weather here because we're talking about the move over laws out in the roads, and they are wet and just nasty to drive in this morning.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here talking about how long this rain is going to stick around.
Man, I wish I could say it's going to be all bright and sunny this afternoon. It's just not going to be the case, guys. We're still stuck with this rain. If you look at this picture right here, look at this Towson camera. I mean, it's trying, like the sun is up. There's like maybe a little like brightness, but it's just like, and we're just going to have to deal with more of this rain, not only today, but especially for tomorrow. In fact, we're expecting to see even heavier rain on the way for us for tomorrow afternoon. 47 is your current temp in Towson. You factor in that wind about 9 to 15 miles an hour, and it feels like the lower 40s right now. If you haven't stepped outside, just know it is chilly this morning, and it's going to be that way throughout the day today. Here's a look at their current HD radar, moving from Jarrettsville over toward Moncton, up to the Hereford zone, Sparks, Jacksonville, down through Cockeysville. That's where we're seeing some of the light to moderate rain. No lightning strikes. We're not talking about thunderstorms. It's just that persistent kind of steady rainfall. Essex and Middle River down through Dundalk, all the way down through into Greenhaven and Pasadena over through Severna Park. A couple of light showers right over the Chesapeake, but we're dry in parts of Carroll and Howard County, also back towards Cecil County. Even parts of eastern Harford County are a little bit drier right now. This is what we're going to be seeing throughout the day today. This area of low pressure bringing in more of this wind and rain throughout the afternoon. And we'll get some breaks in this throughout the day and tomorrow as well. But it's a coastal low that is setting up. And again, these are the remnants from Ian, which have now settled over the mid-Atlantic. And all it's doing is pulling all this moisture right into our area. This is our hourly future scan through 9 a.m. Again, pockets of the more of that moderate rain. You'll get some breaks this afternoon into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Those blue lines, that's the wind. That's going to stay with with us through the day today. Right as the O's try to take the field tonight against the Blue Jays, I mean, don't think it's going to happen because we've got a lot more rain to come. The yellows and the oranges indicating some more moderate to heavy rain between about 7 and 11 p.m. tonight, and then more rain on the way for tomorrow. And when you look at the updated rainfall totals of the estimates we're looking at, some of you on the eastern shore picking up an additional 2 to 3 inches. Overall, about 1.5 inches to 2 inches from Baltimore and Cockeysville down through Annapolis, in addition to what we've already seen. We've seen that wind gust 18 to 25 to even 28 miles an hour for you in Easton, so that gusty wind stays with us today. And look at our future scan. With the wind, not only this afternoon, but also into tomorrow, the windy conditions and breezy conditions will continue. Hopefully you've already got the kids ready to go for school, and at the bus stop, we got the rain gear in effect. Beep, beep, with numbers in those mid to upper 40s this hour and only in the 50s for later today. It is going to stay chilly, not only today, but also tomorrow, with highs in the mid to upper 50s and overnight lows into the 40s. Now, finally, by Wednesday, we should see those numbers get back to the mid to upper 60s, and a little bit more sun is expected by Wednesday afternoon, but great days on the way, both Thursday and Friday. And this weekend, even though it'll be cooler, it will be nice and dry, and staying dry for that Ravens game Sunday evening. Back to you.
The Supreme Court is back in session after overturning Roe v. Wade, the big cases ahead of them.
And the amount you pay at the grocery store has gone up. After the break, the bad news about just how long those high costs at the grocery store will last.
And I don't know about you, but for me, no matter what the cost, coffee is always going to be worth it.
Oh, now is a good time for a coffee break.
$7.56, 3 post office workers have been arrested as part of a $1.3 million fraud and identity theft scheme.
Now, according to the Justice Department, the United States postal employees and the civilian accomplice stole credit cards in the mail starting in 2018. DOJ officials say they use those cards, buy luxury goods in New York and New Jersey, and then sell them online. Investigators say the scheme involved hundreds of stolen identities. 5 other people allegedly involved have not been arrested yet, but some of those accused could be facing more than 30 years in prison.
Food industry experts say high grocery prices are here for the rest of the year. Analysts and manufacturers say when it comes to next year, food prices won't necessarily fall, even if inflation levels drop. One market research company says food producers aren't seeing their own costs fall in terms of products or labor. Food prices in August were up more than 13% year over year. That is the highest annual hike since March of 1979. A viral video shows a Baltimore County student wielding a bat at her alleged bullies. Why parents are planning to turn up the heat today on the school district to better ensure student safety.
Deadline today is awaiting Marilyn Mosby and her defense team in her federal indictment. What a judge is considering after Mosby's lawyers broke court rules and revealed information about potential jurors. 7:57 is your time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
The wet and windy weather remains out there due to the remnants from Ian. You're taking a live look now from Fells Point, another one from Annapolis, and it is messy, clearing up a little, looks at least from when we came in. Good morning to you on this Monday, October 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what is in store for us today. And we're not in the clear just yet.
No, not unfortunately not, Patrice. We still have to deal with more of the wind and the rain, not only today, but also for tomorrow. So we've got a couple of days left with these rain showers, the remnants of Ian right here in our own backyard. You've seen it all weekend, and it continues to be the case with the cloud cover out there, the chilly temperatures right side of your screen. Most of us are in the 40s right now. Here's a look at that HD radar where we're starting to see some of those showers. Some of you are getting some breaks from Bel Air over to Aberdeen, up into Perryville, even Edgewood, seeing seeing a little bit of that lighter precipitation right now, but still some rain right over downtown Baltimore, out through Essex and Middle River, a breakdown through Severn and Odenton there in Anne Arundel County. And you can also see kind of on this wider picture how we'll have these off and on breaks of these rain showers throughout the course of the morning. Woo! 47 in Rosedale and Dundalk right now. Same number in Glen Burnie, 48 in Woodlawn, and 45 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. So hopefully Mother Nature is helping out your yard and gardens. Real nice. Don't need to have the sprinklers on basically for the next couple of days, and numbers will only get into the 50s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How's it looking on the wet roads right now, Patrice?
It's looking wet, but as we take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, at least in this area, the 895 split, we're not seeing it cause any problems or delays. Volume out there, but no issues to report. Well, just 1 month into the school year, and we're seeing video of a violent fight at a Baltimore County school. Last year, we saw several fights, and now a group of parents and community members is taking a stand. Today, they're holding a Safe Schools 911 rally, calling on school officials to do more to keep students safe. Taylor Stewart joining us live in studio with a closer look at their concerns. Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the video. Parents say they are tired of sending their kids to school, expecting they'll be safe, and then seeing fights like this. Today, they're marching right up to Perry High School today at 5:30 to make sure school leaders know how serious they are about this. But back in April, the superintendent of BCPS told us they're aware of the violence and the district would take a hard look at their discipline policy. In this latest video shared by Pastor Neil Charles, he says his 15-year-old daughter is wielding a bat, trying to ward off bullies she's experienced for the last year at Perry Hall High School. He says
this is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close. It has a lot to do with a lot of the other children that are being bullying and those who don't want to go back to school or can't go to school because of fear of someone bringing harm to them.
Baltimore County Public Schools did get back to us late last night, saying they will respond to this rally before it happens today at 5:30. Live in the studio, Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
8:03 now, topping your Vote 2022 coverage. Baltimore City voters will have a say in how long their elected leaders can stay in office, thanks to a question that they're going to see on the November ballot. Voters will choose whether to put term limits on city council members, the mayor, and city comptroller. Political analyst John Deedy says the push for term limits shows that residents are frustrated with the leaders.
Because I think a lot of community citizens and activists are frustrated with the political leadership in Baltimore. When you have good political leadership, everyone gets excited. They want these people in power. This isn't the William Donald Schaefer era anymore in Baltimore, where people feel good and positive about the city. They feel more negative about it. And I think that people feel that things aren't getting better. And there's an old expression, a new broom sweeps clean. And I think a lot of people want to see different leadership.
Well, you can find more on term limits and Question K on our website, foxbaltimore.com. This Friday, Maryland's highest court will start hearing oral arguments in a lawsuit over counting mail-in ballots before Election Day. The court's decision to hear the case came Friday, a day after the Court of Special Appeals denied the motion. Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox filed the suit. His attorneys argued counting before November 8th is unconstitutional. Political analyst John Deedy says this whole debate is far more logistical than political.
It's not for pundits like me or the media. It's basically to ensure election integrity. 2 years ago in Baltimore City, where there were a lot of problems counting ballots, and it took almost about 10 days before we knew that Brandon Scott beat Sheila Dixon.
The bipartisan board has just 10 days after Election Day to verify the vote count as required by law. Election leaders say it could take until December or January to complete the count, as mail-in ballots have grown in popularity since 2020. 8:05 from the Live Center this morning. We are taking you now to a look over the White House here. At 10 o'clock this morning, the president and the first lady are leaving for Puerto Rico. That island's entire power grid was knocked offline when Hurricane Fiona hit 10 days ago. Still, about 10% of residents remain without power as of this morning.
We owe Puerto Rico a hell of a lot more than they've already gotten. My administration is working closely with the CBC members to do whatever it takes to help search and rescue, recovery, and rebuilding.
Now, the president and first lady will then travel to Florida on Wednesday to view the path of destruction that Ian carved into the western part of the state. Communities like Arcadia, Florida, still, look at this, underwater this morning. You can just see the tops of those cars, their rooftops peeking out from all of that storm surge. Now, as of right now, at least 76 people have been confirmed dead in Florida. And as of right now, more than 675,000 are still without power in Southwest Florida. Authorities in North and South Carolina also taking stock of their damage this morning. That is the latest from the Live Center. Now, as more information is released on the status of those impacted by Hurricane Ian, we will keep you up to date. Make sure you stay with us all morning long for live updates, both on air and online. Look at the record-breaking game played on board in aircraft in zero-gravity conditions.
We'll eventually see the sun someday, hopefully, maybe soon. Either way, we're going to track your forecast for you. We got you covered right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Don't go anywhere. We're still seeing plenty of green on our radar screen right there. You can see our big HD radar and the big monitor there with those showers right along the 83 corridor all the way down into Baltimore City. Other places, you're getting a bit of a break. And that's how it's going to be throughout the day today. But, man, it is chilly. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. May want to do some of the indoor exercises where that bike yells at you while you're riding. We're talking about numbers staying in the upper 40s and lower 50s in the next couple of hours. Patrice?
10 now, and take a look at this. Some of the world's top athletes duking it out on board a plane, flying at more than 20,000 feet in the air, while they're performing special maneuvers to create a zero-gravity environment. Check this out. Officials at MasterCard were behind this stunt, which brought together soccer players from Europe, Latin America, and the Middle East. But even though the interior of that aircraft resembled a soccer field, players said that the absence of gravity had them feeling like fish out of water.
You don't have control of the situation, and in this case, you have to adapt to where the ball is, to the space itself, to the circumstances of having to try to float.
Teammates could use the ceiling and the walls of the plane to help them get their bearings, but their bodies were definitely colliding as players just spun in midair as they pursued the rogue ball. The Out of This World game has also set a new Guinness record for the highest altitude soccer game ever played. Looks like fun. Build-A-Bear enters the world of digital currency with its own collection of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs. They will be made in partnership with the NFT platform known as Suite. There will be 3 phases of the collection. The first will be an auction of a limited edition Build-A-Bear NFT that is happening tomorrow as part of Build-A-Bear's 25th anniversary collection. I like it. Nancy Pelosi unveiled a bill that attempts to address insider trading concerns in Washington, just ahead while the House of Representatives are waiting until November to talk about the issue.
And we're getting ready for the 20th annual Pigtown Festival. We're at Swill Apapa Cafe, and we'll get into some of this delicious food. Food, Kenny. Yeah, food. Coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
(8:15) after Nancy Pelosi promised to vote on legislation before the end of September to ban members of Congress and their immediate family from owning or trading stocks, the House of Representatives adjourned until November 14th without voting on the issue. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us to discuss the importance of the issue and what will come next. Good morning, David. So talk about, first of all, why this is such a big deal.
Good morning, Patrice. And yeah, the beauty of this issue, it's a bipartisan issue, right, is that Republicans and Democrats want versus stop the inside trading and to trade stocks, individual stocks, because quite frankly, right now, the rules that are in place and the penalties for insider trading, it's really a slap on the wrist because we're talking about a $200 fine if they're fined. And a lot of members of Congress don't get fined for doing this. And we saw at the beginning of the pandemic, this was fascinating, is that the Senate had these, secret hearings, well, not secret, but classified hearings about the pandemic. And you had senators that sold stock right afterwards, right after these hearings, and minimized their losses. And that's why it's really come up again, is that they have access to sensitive information. People come into their office and may not be technically insider trading, but they get a heads up on a lot of things, and that's why we just can't let them trade individual stocks. And listen, they can invest money in a blind trust, in mutual funds, but they just can't decide, where it's going to go because, again, they get very sensitive information as a member of Congress.
Okay, so you just mentioned the blind trust, and there was legislation that was released that last week that would require a blind trust for members of Congress. So in your estimation, is that progress?
So this is window dressing. And, I looked at this legislation, and basically the House and Senate get to make their own rules about what a blind trust is. And the Ethics Committee really isn't a part of this. So they can have, massive loopholes in this legislation that really, doesn't do anything. And let's keep it simple, right? If you're a member of Congress or if you're a family member, immediate family, you can't trade an individual stock until you're not a member of Congress. And so there's, zero conflict of interest. Let's just stop this immediately and rebuild some of the trust in Congress. And again, Patrice, this is a bipartisan issue. If you ask, your viewers, Republicans and Democrats alike are going to say, yes, let's stop this. And members of Congress already spend millions of dollars to be a member of Congress. So it's not as if we have a lot of poor people coming into Congress and they need to trade these stocks. So, this is simple. And, for Nancy Pelosi, she's been back and forth on this. One day she says she supports it, and the next day she says she doesn't. So it's very confusing as to what she really believes.
I guess it's simple for all of us. Not so simple for them. I can't imagine that this is something they really want to do. So,
Exactly.
I guess that's why we're seeing all this. David,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it is 8:18 now. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at the forecast.
Yeah, Patrice, you were talking earlier. I know you said what? The rain is the tears from the
Yes.
from the Ravens in that loss yesterday.
Bitter tears.
Man, 0-2 at home. I can't believe that. They got another home game Sunday night. The Bengals will be in town and will start the division play. I mean, it was 4 games outside of the division. But the good news, the O's have a winning season for the first time in 6 years, which is awesome. They play the Blue Jays tonight. I don't know if that game is going to go off because the rain will continue to be an issue, not only through the morning hours, but into the afternoon and evening. In fact, the rain will pick up more as we get later into tonight. So right now you can kind of see the line of showers basically from north to south in Baltimore County. Some of that is moving kind of from east to west. So typically we see kind of a west to east movement, but with this onshore flow, this is where we're seeing that rain move out of Hartford County into Baltimore County, eventually over to parts of Carroll and Howard County and down through Anne Arundel County as well. This is what's going on. We have this coastal low set up, the remnants of Ian, still bringing a ton of rain into parts of Philly and New Jersey. That is moving down into our area as well. And that coastal low, that area of low pressure, you can just see that thing sitting there and spinning. It's going to move a little bit closer to us by the time we get into tomorrow. So this is our hourly future scan. Next hour, still those off and on showers. Some breaks in the rain later today. But then, as I mentioned, about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, you're going to see more of that moderate to heavy rain. And that's going to stay with us through Monday evening into the overnight hours with more rain expected tomorrow. So your rainfall totals, this is in addition to what we've already seen, especially for you on the eastern shore. Another 2 to 3 inches will be possible through Wednesday afternoon with another 1.5 to 2 inches from Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Annapolis. Wind, also an issue. 18 to 28 mile an hour wind gusts right now. Wind advisories posted for Anne Arundel County. And you can see the future scan with that wind staying pretty strong at about 17 to 21 miles an hour as we take you into the afternoon today, with more of that wind on the way from the north. For tomorrow, that's going to be continuing to see that kind of same setup that we are seeing today. High temps today, this is not the current temps. These are what we're going to see for our highs. 74 is typically where we are for early October. Nowhere near those numbers. Mid to upper 50s here, not only here at home, but up and down the 95 corridor, Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. And yeah, 3 notes. nose across the board on your car wash cast because Mother Nature is doing that car wash for sure. But don't worry, by the time we get toward late Wednesday and Thursday, some brighter skies are ahead and temperatures that'll warm up too. So we've got 2 more days in the 50s. We're back to the mid to upper 60s on Wednesday and then low to mid 70s into Thursday and Friday. Things looking very nice for this upcoming weekend, but notice the temperatures are going to drop. So it'll be a cool fall weekend with highs only in the 60s both Saturday and Sunday. Patrice?
All right, well, let's look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now and look at this. Your drive time is reflecting some of the rain out there on the roads. 30 minutes from 95 to 83. You're in the yellow across the board, so give yourself some time on this rainy, slick Monday. Coming up, stay active with a taco-themed workout. Just ahead, how to make the calories count before you indulge in your taco fiesta ahead of National Taco Day.
The 20th annual Pigtown Festival is coming up. Now look at this right here. This is a turkey leg stuffed with crab imperial. What? We'll get into that, tell you exactly about that and more coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Delicious. Another.
It is so Baltimore. Celebrate the character and history of one of Baltimore's most unique neighborhoods. Grab the entire family and enjoy the 20th annual Pigtown Festival. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Southwest Baltimore, and I have never seen a turkey leg like you just showed, Mark.
Woo, we're going to get into that. My goodness, this it looks delicious, Patrice. So Daniel's in charge of the street. He's handling the street manager. How many vendors we're looking at?
We're looking at over 80 vendors at this year's annual Pigtown Festival, and amazing music from bands such as Rufus the Roundtree, Hot Mess, and John Keys, and the Late Bloomers.
Awesome. And also the food. The food. Look, Chef Heather was the creator, Patrice, of this delicious, whatever, morsel.
Yes, that's our crab imperial stuffed smoked turkey legs. So we're all familiar with smoked turkey legs at festivals, and we just stuffed ours with crab imperial.
And what about these wings?
Yeah, they're our espresso dry rub. We make that in-house. They're so sticky and delicious. You can get fresh pressed juices, all manner of coffee drinks, all the things.
And this is just one of the vendors. There's going to be a whole bunch of vendors, a whole bunch of food. You can even come in and sit in here. This is Heather's place right here. Swill, look how beautiful it is. No service, you can just sit down and just eat and drink. So Patrice, guys, it's going to be amazing again. The 20th annual.
Man. I'm
Festival.
liking it. I love her artwork up on the walls. That looks like a beautiful spot, but I still can't get over the turkey leg. That's like for a family of 4 that needs to eat that. One person can't do that.
Well, somebody's going to try today.
Okay, Mark. Oh, well, we'll check back in and see how that's working out. If you want more information, just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, periods of rain and drizzle will make a damp and slick commute this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know when we'll see some drier conditions.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, it's Monday, October 3rd. You know what we need? We need Captain Sunshine. In fact, we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's bright in his yellow shirt, and because it is a dark, gloomy day outside.
I was like, I'm ready to report Captain Sunshine. That's what I used to do as a kid. So, yeah, we need that sun out there, Tom. And unfortunately, we're not going to get much of that. Right now, I do want to show you a live picture. You can kind of see that sun trying to break through some of the clouds there, but we're going to stay pretty overcast today, and more of that rain is on the way. Even if you're getting a break right now, don't expect that to last because that rain will continue. Look at these numbers, too. 30s in Oakland right now, 44 in Cumberland, upper 40s for Westminster and Baltimore. Annapolis, you're at 51 this hour. So breezy, cool, and wet morning. Off and on showers through the day today, and then unfortunately more rainy days are ahead. As you get in your out and about cast here, probably don't want to be out and about today. If you do have to go out, just know you'll need the rain gear for sure. Numbers stay in the 50s for the next couple of hours. And we're going to top out in the 50s today and tomorrow as well. Finally getting back to some more average-like temperatures by Wednesday, and we'll also finally see some drier air moving in at that time. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look around the with your Len Stoller traffic network and your drive times, you see right there, 95 to 83. It's because of an incident that's happening right at Hartford Road. There's debris in the roadway, and that's slowing you down, the sheer volume there. Then we also have another incident that's happening 95 south, right near O'Donnell Street. There's a collision there, and that's backing you up. So 95 southbound there. Everybody else, your drive times just about double what they normally are. Well, happening today, Marilyn Mosby's defense team has to defend itself now against why the court shouldn't sanction the city state's attorney. It comes after lawyers defending her in a federal trial revealed information about potential jurors. Well, her team was responding to a request from the government to instate a gag order in the case. The court has ordered that information be removed from the file. They have until today to respond. Well, parents in Baltimore County planning to rally after this viral video last week shows a girl using a baseball bat, she says, to defend herself at school. That's according to the family of the 15-year-old student at Perry Hall High. The family saying this incident unfolded right in front of school administrators. Well, today, parents and educators will be holding a Safe Schools 911 rally, calling on school officials to do more to keep their students safe.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
Now, he says they want to send a strong message as high up as they can because the violence in schools needs to stop. You can follow the latest developments in these stories throughout the day with your free WBFF mobile app. Just search WBFF in your app store to get started. Well, now to a city in crisis. A Baltimore police officer still in the hospital after he was shot in his leg while responding to a call Friday. A spokesperson for the Baltimore Police Department says the officer is doing well. There's no word on when he will be released, though. That shooting ending the month of September on a violent note, although the month saw just 13 homicides. That's less than any month this year. However, non-fatal shootings are also still up, and the city remains on pace for more than 300 homicides for an 8th year in a row. Well, this week, we'll continue to press Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale about his take on the crime. Last week, we ended up getting a chance to press him on the slow pace of progress.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress. So I'm not arguing with you on that point, but -1 is a start.
Well, those comments came just days after 2 people were shot in Fells Point. While September may not have been seen as many murders as others, it did still see its fair share of non-fatal shootings. You see these right here, non-fatal shootings, 564 of them this year. That's 38 more than the same time last year, and some experts say the advanced life-saving procedures that we have at trauma centers in Baltimore keep the death toll lower than it could be. They say non-fatal shootings take a huge toll on the city.
We're seeing people count the bodies, but they're not counting the people who are forever paraplegics, the people who are forever traumatized, the people who will never work again, people who will never hold their children again, and there are hundreds.
Well, Thursday, the Baltimore City Council's Legislative Oversight Committee will be holding its quarterly crime statistics and prevention plan meeting. And they will review crime numbers in the city and keep track of the progress to fight against crime. The meeting comes as Councilman Zeke Cohen blames Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby for the summer surge in crime.
To be blunt, it's been a real challenge in terms of what the state's attorney is and is not prosecuting. We've seen, unfortunately, the lack of clarity with the policies play out in Fells Point.
Better communication from Mayor Brandon Scott and Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, something he feels will help address Baltimore's violence. And this brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Baltimore City leaders are playing politics with your safety? You see on the bottom there, so far 99% of those who have voted say yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a homeless encampment prevents some vendors from setting up at the Baltimore's farmers market. One vendor said when he arrived Sunday morning, a group of homeless people took over his stall, including his electricity access. Now, during the market, one of the people in the encampment threatened him and another unplugged his cords. A spokeswoman for Mayor Brandon Scott says the city wasn't aware that the encampment was there until after the market closed. She said the city's Office of Homeless Services is working with the homeless people to, quote, see how we can all best move forward together. Well, the weekly market every Sunday is held under the Jones Falls Expressway, and it features more than 100 vendors and has been doing so for at least 20-some years. From the Live Center for you this morning, we're taking you live over Washington, D.C., where today the new term for the U.S. Supreme Court begins. Justices will decide cases on a range of major issues, including the rights of LGBTQ people, affirmative action in higher education, and voting rights. This new term, historic with Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, now the first African-American woman to be on the bench. While maybe more of a conservative court in years, as some call it, it also sets the record for the most women now on the bench at one time. Jackson seen here with fellow justices Amy Coney Barrett, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan. Today's hearing will be the first since the historic decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Court will also continue to provide live audio broadcasts of the arguments to the public. That's the latest here so far this morning from the Supreme Court. Well, in your bank account, your wallet, everywhere. Why you won't see food prices falling anytime soon. Impacts from Hurricane Ian continue across Maryland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when the work week will be rain-free and maybe Ian-free from the tropical depression to now, I don't know what's left over. It's just, ugh. 8:37 your time.
.39 is your time right now in your Weather Authority forecast. It has been a rainy morning, and that is continuing right now. It's all because of what is now called a coastal low, and this is just sitting off of the mid-Atlantic coast. This is not going anywhere. In fact, it's going to move closer to us by tomorrow, which will bring us even more rain. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. May want to do some indoor exercise because it is going to be downright chilly. Numbers staying in the 50s with the wet conditions as well. And check out some of these high temps today. I mean, typically early October, we're in the mid-70s. Nowhere near those numbers. Some 20 degrees below average with highs only into the 50s later this afternoon. But don't worry, Tom. Later this week, we will have some more sunshine and warmer numbers as well.
All right, thank you, Justin. Well, in your consumer news, food industry experts say high grocery prices are here for the rest of the year. Analysts and manufacturers say when next year comes, food prices won't necessarily fall, even if inflation levels start dropping down. One market research company says food producers are not seeing their own costs fall in terms of products or labor. Food prices in August were up more than 13% year over year. That's the highest annual hike since March of 1979. Food stamp recipients are getting a boost in their benefits. The U.S. Department of Agriculture increasing monthly payments by 12.5%. That's about $104 more for a family of four each month. Nearly 41 million Americans count on food stamps to buy their groceries. The increase came into effect October 1st. Gas prices creeping back up again. The average cost for a gallon of gas in the U.S. rounded up to $3.80. It's roughly 7 cents higher than it was on average just a week ago. It's also about the same as it was the average a month ago. AAA says higher demand, tighter supply, volatile oil prices have all caused the recent increase in the national average. But remember, a couple years ago, it was hovering around $2. United Airlines temporarily halting service at New York's JFK Airport by the end of October. The action comes just weeks after the airline threatened to pull service from the airport if the FAA did not give it additional slots. It comes as the busy winter travel season is about to begin. United says its schedule at JFK is too small to remain competitive for them. Customers who have tickets on United involving JFK after October 29th will be rebooked. Taking a live look now over M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens recovering from another tough loss at home. Still to come, a look into how the Bills were able to come out on top.
And we're in Pigtown getting ready for the 20th annual Pigtown Festival. Sir Pickleton is out here training. Oh, my goodness. Watch out. Oh, Lord. We'll check in coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
8:45, the LifeBridge Health Center for Hope is helping those who have experienced domestic violence, trauma, or abuse to get back on their feet. The Dove program, one of the oldest hospital-based practices serving the community for more than 15 years. Audrey Bergen is director of the Dove program, and she's joining us now with more. Thank you so much for coming in.
Sure.
October is normally seen breast cancer awareness. The marketing, unbelievable. They did that. Everyone sees pink, but there's another color and there's another message that's been out there, and it's really vital. And we're talking about domestic abuse. Tell us about what that means and how wide-ranging that is.
So, domestic violence can be a misleading term because of the word violence. We're really talking about intimate partner abuse. So abuse by one person over another, which may be physical, it can be emotional, psychological, financial abuse, isolating the person, extreme jealousy, controlling behaviors are all encompassed in that domestic violence.
And really
phrase.
any age, too. Yes.
Any age, really it impacts any socioeconomic background, any race, any religion, so anybody can be a victim of this or a survivor.
October is designed, though, just to show, and when you start hearing about it, you're going, all right, well, when you hear numbers, I mean, we're talking 12 million every year in the U.S. have some form of abuse or violence against them in a domestic or a partner relationship.
Right. So 1 in 4 women, 1 in 10 men will be severely physically, sexually, or assaulted or stalked by an intimate partner in their lifetime. So if you think about that, just walking, through the grocery store, 1 in 4 women, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, it is staggering. You really don't even want to think about that too long because it's nerve-wracking for somebody to sit there and go, somehow there's some abuses going on all around us. So if you are in a relationship or if you know someone that may be in one, what is LifeBridge doing to help, though? I mean, just us talking about it right here is helping, but what kind of outsources are you doing or resources do you have for somebody that may contact you, a friend or a family?
Right. So the domestic violence program, the Dove program, is located at Northwest Hospital. And we respond both at Northwest Hospital. There's a program at Sinai and other hospitals that respond when nursing staff identify people who may be survivors. Gotcha. We also work with all the police-involved cases in southern and northwestern Western Baltimore County. We have advocates who provide immediate crisis counseling. We do long-term case management. We have therapists who do individual counseling for both survivors and for children who have witnessed. We have a support group. We have an attorney who does representation at final protective order hearings. We do emergency short-term sheltering for people who may be at high risk of being killed.
And that is very crucial because if you are feeling trapped or isolated, there are ways and resources that you have provided right there that say, no, come, be safe.
Yes. Yeah. And so, not everybody is ready to leave, so we do whatever we can to help people figure out a way to stay as safe as possible, whether they're staying in the relationship, thinking about leaving, or need to leave right away.
Yeah, just throughout the entire process, you're there. The Dove program, then. Yeah, incredible, and thank you so much, Audrey. We appreciate your time and your expertise and what you do every day also. I mean, we only give you a little bit of time, right? But it's something you do day in and day out, so thank you very much with LifeBridge Health for doing what you do.
Sure, thank you for having me.
Sure. We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. She's talking about the gray skies and the chill in the air, too.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Tom. I mean, we are seeing that here up and down the board, and you can see those on the right side of your screen, those temperatures, which remain in the 40s for the most part. Now, we're trying to get some breaks in the cloud cover out there as the sun is now up, but for most of us, we're still seeing at least some scattered light showers, even if it's not raining heavily in your neighborhood. We're still looking at 48 as your current temp in Towson, but it feels like 44 right now. That's because we're seeing that north wind at about 9 to 15 miles an hour. Wind and rain going to be the story, at least for the next couple of days. Notice in the last, I'd say 15 or 20 minutes, the rain has tapered off just a little bit, and this will be temporary as this coastal low continues to bring more of the wind and rain onshore, especially for areas in New Jersey and Pennsylvania over through Delaware. We're going to get in on that for the rest of the next few days, at least, especially as we head into tomorrow, as this area of low pressure develops more of the coastal low and kind of slides a little farther to the west. So that's actually going to be coming closer to us and bringing us more of the rain by tomorrow. This is a look at our hourly future scan, updated here now over the next couple of hours. As I mentioned, a couple of breaks here and there for the afternoon. afternoon. It will stay breezy to windy today. Heavier rain develops again after about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, and that's right when the O's are set to take the field against the Blue Jays. So not sure they're going to get that game in today or even tomorrow for that matter, because that rain is going to continue to be an issue. In fact, let's take a look at some updated rainfall totals. This takes us all the way through Wednesday afternoon, and you're going to see a pretty decent amount, another good 2 to 3 inches on the eastern shore. This is on top of what you've already seen, picking up close to another 2 inches here for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Annapolis, but you can really see where that heavier rain is going to be focused for you in the eastern shore. And you're seeing that 18 to 22 mile an hour wind gusts, Westminster down to Easton and to Denton. That's what we're looking at for right now. That wind is also going to be an issue into the afternoon on our future scan, not only today, but into tomorrow as that strong northerly flow continues. So definitely a warm beverage type morning and warm beverage day for that matter. Maybe a stay inside day on your Rise and Shinecast. Numbers will stay into the 50s. These numbers are some 20 degrees below average for this time of year, with low to mid 50s and even upper 50s, Westminster, Cockeysville to Bel Air, down through Baltimore City. So here's a look at that future scan, kind of the wider picture by the time we get into tonight and into tomorrow as well. More of that rain. Look at that low sliding a little closer to us, bringing more of that rainfall. Finally, by Wednesday, that low starts to break down just a bit. We'll get an influence of a ridge of high pressure, then sliding that low to the north and east by Wednesday afternoon into Thursday. That's going to bring us the drier air and finally some sunshine. All right, so again, next couple of days still kind of blah, but 67 on Wednesday. We're back to the 70s into Thursday and Friday with lots of sunshine. And even this weekend, we're going to be dry. However, we'll actually be cooler. Here's a look at a view through your window. This is a beautiful shot from Jen. Sent me this picture of the sunrise, and we really appreciate all those great shots. All you've got to do is send us your picture too. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and you can send in your pictures right there.
All right, well, I have some pictures too, Justin, not just you. Yeah, I'll show them in just a little bit. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you see your drive times, 95 to 83, 25 minutes, and it's because of the weather and what Justin was just talking about, taking your time, a little bit more volume out there. So just plan on that if you have to head out. Taking a live look from M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens blow another big lead and are dealt a tough loss by one of the best teams, the AFC, Buffalo Bills. Yeah, this was not as shocking. Well, it was. It still is shocking. They dominated in the beginning. You see that right there. And then they just start unfolding in the third and fourth quarter here, just like when they led Miami. And now this is the second time this has happened at home, too. The Ravens moved to 2-2 in the season. The Ravens held their own in the first half of the game. Then after halftime again, the Bills started coming back, and they came back strong, ending the score 23-20. And those last 2 minutes were frustrating to watch as the Bills just ran out the clock there. Despite another tough, rough loss for the Ravens, fans continuing to show their purple pride. Here are some of those pictures I was talking about. Courtney sent us this picture of Aspen cheering on the Ravens. The adorable smile right there, and the Ravens onesie and her hair and their bow in her hair there too. I love that. Jason sent us this picture from the game. He says Caroline, who's sitting right next to him, was very excited to cheer on the Ravens. She even made the sign. Let's go Ravens. Let's go. Well, we want to see your purple pride this season. You can submit your pictures and your videos on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can use your mobile app. It's really easy. Just click Explore tab and then chime in. Before looking into what deals you can get for National Taco Day, just ahead in our next hour, make the calories count with a taco-themed workout. Oh, yeah. Freddie Savage never disappoints. Teddy's going to be here to let us know about that. Now, this weekend, get out and enjoy unique Pigtown Main Street. There was a pig racing down the sidewalk just a second ago. Just ahead, Be More Lifestyle. Mark Clark taking you to the 20th annual Pigtown Festival. And speaking of pigs, you know what goes really well with some of those eggs and a side of bacon? That's right, it's time for a coffee break. 8:57. Listen to this. 3 post office workers have been arrested as part of a $1.3 million fraud and identity theft scheme. Now, according to the Justice Department, U.S. Postal employees and a civilian accomplice stole credit cards in the mail starting in 2018. Department of Justice officials say they used those cards to buy luxury goods in New York and New Jersey and then sell some of those items online. Investigators say the scheme involved hundreds of stolen identities. 5 other people allegedly involved have not been arrested yet, but some of those accused could be facing more than 30 years in prison. United Airlines is temporarily halting service at New York's JFK Airport at the end of October. The action coming after just weeks after the airline threatened to pull the service from the airport if the FAA did not give it additional slots. It comes as the busy winter travel season is just about to begin, but United says its schedule at JFK is just too small to remain competitive with the other airlines. Customers who have tickets on United involving JFK after October 29th will be rebooked. 8:58, and now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys have loved everything that we brought you from the Sharper Image Calming Heat collection, and today I am bringing you something new. It is the Calming Heat Massaging Neck Wrap. I mean, all of those words together sound pretty wonderful. We all suffer from tension in the neck and that dreaded tech neck from looking at computers, being on our phone. The Calming Heat Neck Wrap is weighted so that heat hits all of your knots in the back of your neck. And it has 3 massage and heat settings to experience ultimate relaxation. It's super soft. It feels great. Let's just be real about this, guys. None of us stretch enough. So we're on our computers all day. We're on our phones all day, and our neck pays the price. So to take care of it, this is a wonderful remedy. When it hurts, if you don't remedy it, you could have long-term side effects. This is one of those products you say, what took this so long? Where has this been all my life? How did I live without this for so long? It's compact, it's lightweight, it's portable. Take it with you on the road after a long flight, or just want to take a few minutes for yourself. This is a great excuse. This is one of those things that you actually want to share. So get one for yourself, a friend, anyone you care about. Trust me, they will love this. We are offering 25% off today, you guys, so you can afford to do so. Take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We watched boats, houses, we watched everything just go flying by. We've lost so much at this point.
Yeah, just incredible. My goodness, startling images continue pouring out of Florida, South Carolina. The Carolinas really showing the destruction Hurricane Ian left behind as thousands are being rescued as residents now begin to try and pick up the pieces.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you for joining us on this Monday, October 3rd. Megan Gillen's off. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Patrice Sanders. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers starting us off with Ian's impact on our region. And is that what we're still seeing today, or is this different?
No, it's basically the same kind of system. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. I mean, that area of low pressure kind of rolled up into our area on Friday when it did make landfall in the Carolinas, and then it kind of shifted to the west a bit. Then it kind of moved over the top of us over the last few days, and now setting up as what we're calling a coastal low. So that is basically sitting there off the mid-Atlantic coast and bringing the wind and the rain to us. A brief break right now, downtown Baltimore over the Inner Harbor. Yes, it's cloudy and cool, but we're not getting the pouring rain. Look at these numbers, too, in terms of our temperatures. 30s in Oakland this morning, 44 in Cumberland. Most of us have not gotten out of the 40s all morning. Westminster, Bel Air down in Baltimore. We're at 51 in Annapolis right now. And you can see this is that coastal low I was talking about. So we're getting a break from the rain, but there is more to come, especially for parts of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and eventually here for us in Maryland. Breezy, cool, and wet today, off and on showers, and then more of those rainy days ahead. Numbers today will be some 20 degrees below average across the board, with highs barely into the 50s. We'll take a closer look at this forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And the weather really impacting the crews that are out there helping people get through. In fact, there were some incidents. They're cleaning it all up. This looks a lot better. You're in the yellow now, traveling around 95 to 83, just 21 minutes. It was up to 33 minutes just a little while ago. So the crews continue to, any collisions that are out there, they move them along and getting people to work as quick as possible.
9:02 and happening today, Marilyn Mosby's defense team has to defend itself against why the court shouldn't sanction the city-state's attorney. It comes after lawyers defending her in a federal trial revealed information about potential jurors. Her team was responding to a request from the government to instate a gag order in the case. The court has ordered that information be removed from the file. They have until today to respond.
Parents in Baltimore County planning to rally after this viral video just last week showed a girl using a baseball bat, as she says, to defend herself at that school. Now, that's according to the family of the 15-year-old student at Perry Hall High School. Now, the family saying this incident unfolded right in front of school administrators. And today, parents and educators will be holding a Safe Schools 911 rally, calling on school officials to do more to keep their students safe.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
Well, he says they want to send a strong message as high up as they can because the violence in schools needs to stop.
It is also a big day today in Washington as the Supreme Court begins their new session.
And for a preview of what we might expect, let's turn to national correspondent Christine Frizzell live this morning in our Washington, D.C. bureau. Christine, a lot of predictions already being made about this term.
Yeah, Tom, Patrice, legal experts have a lot of ideas about what we might see and hear in the weeks and months ahead. We're hearing, first of all, the push to the right by the 6-3 conservative court will only continue. The overturning of Roe versus Wade in the last term was a bombshell, of course, but a lot of legal experts predict that was just a taste of what's to come. Cases scheduled to be heard by the High Court include one on race-conscious admissions policies at Harvard and the University of North Carolina. Affirmative action, believed by many to be settled law, now may not actually be. We expect that door to be opened up again and perhaps turned upside down. There are also some voting rights cases that may be among the most contentious this term. One looking at voting maps critics say have been redrawn to take power away from black voters, and another that looks at the question of state legislatures, and if that one is decided as predicted, it could give those state legislatures a lot more power in deciding or helping to decide elections. And finally, another discrimination case looking at gay rights and the rights of business owners, this one involving a web design company, the owner of which argues requiring her to provide web services to gay and lesbian couples in wedding-related services violates her right to free speech. The shift to the right not only expected, but some say to look also for 6-3 rulings as opposed to 5-4. Tom, Patrice?
Christine, switching gears, President Biden, First Lady Joe Biden, they're heading to Puerto Rico today, and they're going to get a firsthand look at the damage that was caused there by Fiona, and then they move on to Florida?
Yeah, that's right. President Biden really wants to get a firsthand look of the damage, and will meet directly with families and community leaders impacted by Hurricane Fiona in Puerto Rico. That was 2 weeks ago, remember. Now, the president is expected to announce more than $60 million in funding. That money coming from the $1.2 trillion infrastructure package that will be used to strengthen flood walls, improve levees, and create a new flood system. You know, like I said, this was from 2 weeks ago, and yet thousands of people and businesses still remain without power. We think that this visit is also meant to send a message, sort of reaffirming the U.S. commitment to support Puerto Rico, which also hasn't even recovered from Hurricane Maria back in 2017.
That's tough.
Yeah, it is. All right. Thank you, Christine. Now, you can follow the latest developments on these stories throughout the day with the free WBFF mobile app. WBFF in your app store. Just search that and it'll get you started.
9:06 now, and making headlines. A Baltimore police officer shot in the line of duty Friday remains in the hospital. The officer was shot in East Baltimore during a struggle with a 19-year-old in East Baltimore. We're told that the teen's mother had filed a restraining order against her son, who had been suffering from mental health problems. When officers arrived at the scene, police say a struggle ensued and the teen shot the officer in the thigh. The teen was arrested without any further incident. Police have not released his identity nor that of the officer.
In Anne Arundel County, police are looking for the man they say accidentally fired a gun in the food court of the Arundel Mills Mall Saturday. Police say no one was shot, thankfully, but 2 people ended up getting hurt while they were running away from the incident. Almost a little stampede started. The mall is back open for business. 3 people are hurt after 2 separate incidents in Baltimore County this weekend. The first happening just after 9 Saturday night in Catonsville, where police say 2 people were shot. Their conditions are still unclear this morning. Second happening 2:30 Sunday morning. Now, police say a man was shot multiple times in Owings Mills. He is now in critical condition. It's not clear what led up to either of these shootings, but both are under investigation. 9:07 on this Monday morning, and my goodness, it's dreary and cold outside, but it's not stopping this man right here. This weekend, make sure you get out and enjoy Pigtown Main Street.
There will be food, fun, and music for all as the entire neighborhood is out to celebrate its 20th annual festival. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Southwest Baltimore with all the fun. Rain's not stopping the excitement.
That's right. Rain will not stop the excitement. Kim, we forget about the pigs. I mean, it's Pigtown.
That's right.
But there's a pig race. Tell us about the history.
So we're the only festival in Baltimore pig races. There are 3 races this Saturday. The kids love it. And Miss Daniels is going to tell us the history of why we do the pig races.
Well, the historic pig races are one of the biggest events and has always been a big event for Baltimore. So one of the history of the pig races is that right here at the B&O, we would have a stock of pigs come in, and they would be on their way over to where M&T Stadium is right now. And I hate to say it, but for slaughter, for some good, yes, for some great pig tails and pig feet, and pork chops and pork loin. So this is the historic pig town races that is one of the oldest historic events in Baltimore. And this community celebrates just that, being a part of the Pigtown races, being a part of Pigtown Main Street, and Baltimore National Heritage Area is absolutely 100% around Pigtown and Baltimore's biggest event.
I know we got to wrap it up, guys, but there's also a pig song. Do you know your pig song?
No.
Kim does.
Are you going to make Pigtown will shine tonight? Pigtown will shine. I can't believe you're making me do this.
Okay, cut it out, ladies. Cut it out. They even have their own song, guys. Come on.
Their own song and their own dancing pig.
That's a good time. I thought the pig was going to join in with the oink, whatever Mark's been doing.
It's kind of a squeal oink. I don't know.
It's a squeal.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, they know they're on Slaughter Street. Yeah, there they are.
All right, thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about how you can hang out with them, obviously having a good time, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Rainy days, yeah, they continue. Fox 45 News live this morning in Annapolis and in Fells Point as the morning commute continues on this rainy note. Rain, what we've been seeing is from what's left over from Hurricane Ian. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the latest word on the forecast.
I got a hankering for some bacon right now.
Yes.
I don't know about you all, but man, that looks like it's going to be good. Yes, we still have more of the rain. This is what we're calling now a coastal low. The good news is we've just had some minor impacts with flooding, even over the weekend. And you can see on those shots that we have live in Annapolis and in Fells that things aren't as bad as even as they were a couple of days ago. But guys, we're not done. More of this rain is going to be rolling in, not only later today, but especially tonight and into tomorrow, where we could see another 2 to 3 inches in some spots on top of already very saturated ground. Numbers are mainly in the mid to upper 40s for Cockeysville and Bel Air out through Joppatown, 47 Essex and Middle River, 49 your temp right now in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And we're going to keep those temperatures into the 50s. That's about it for the next couple of hours in your jogging cast. So it'll be a good day to exercise inside. My man Teddy's over there with some taco thing going on. We'll be talking about that coming up. Indoor activities for today, but drier conditions later this week. We'll talk about that coming up.
Well, let's take a look now at the Lynn Solar traffic network and your drive times. This is an improvement even just over a minute ago, at least from 95 to 83. About 10 minutes ago it was 21 minutes. Now it's 15 minutes, but still longer than what you're used to on some of these routes. So give yourself an extra minute or two this morning.
Well, let's just say it's a tale of two cities, right? The Orioles beating the New York Yankees, yes, clinching the first winning season since 2016. The Ravens, meanwhile, blowing another big lead at home and falling to one of the best, well, they say, falling to one of the best teams in the AFC.
And National Taco Day is coming. After the break, we're going to show you an active taco-themed workout. Look at that. Yeah. We're going to show you how to work out and have the tacos and all of that.
Teddy's here.
Yeah, 9:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Oh, man, come on. Make the calories count before you indulge in your taco fiesta. Ahead of National Taco Day tomorrow, head of health and fitness excellence at Planet Fitness needs no introduction at all. Teddy Savage is here with an active taco workout.
That's right. That's right.
Love
it sounds like a mouthful, and before you get the mouthful with tacos, you got to burn those calories, like Tom said, with a fun fiesta-themed workout. Okay. So let's get to it, Tom.
Let's
Why
do it.
not?
All right.
Let's go for it and do some fiesta forward lunges. So drive your left leg up, stride it out into a front lunge, and then press that taco above your head. Now, Tom, you don't have a taco just yet.
I don't have a taco.
But you tell me tomorrow, you're going to do a hard shell or a soft shell?
I'm going soft shells because I a lot of hard shells in my life, and, you know, at my age, it hurts my mouth.
I got you. I got you. Now, just in case you're wondering, in between those tacos, you can get this next one. It's called taco tricep extension. Stand up nice and tall. You're going to have your elbows in right here, and then you're going to press that weight above your head just like so. Now, even if you don't have a taco, Tom, you can use a pillow. You can use a weight if you're back in the gym.
Gallon of milk?
That's right. A gallon of milk is great because it has that handle, and you're really strengthening the back of your arms. This next one, Tom, is my favorite. That's right. We're going to do a salsa side lunge. You're going to salsa first, and then you'll step out to the side and press. Step out to the side and press. Good job. Here we go. We're going to go like this, Tom. 1.
Oh, wait, salsa again.
2. Now lunge.
Lunge.
Yeah. Now lunge.
Oh, and then lunge it back.
That's it.
So
Now,
1, 2,
now lunch.
and then lunch.
Boom.
That's
And
nice.
then that's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Yeah,
Last
that's
one,
awesome.
Tom. We got to get the heart involved, right? Because heart health is primary. So we're going to do some hop squats. You're going to stand with your feet about hip width apart, and you're going to hop out and press. Now back up, Tom. Now hop out and press. One more time. Hop out and press, and there you go. Now, and Tom is going to keep going because when you get that fitness going, that's right, he didn't know. When you get your fitness going, your fiesta, your heart is racing, you feel better, you're smiling
Yeah, you
good.
do.
And we want you to enjoy the tacos tomorrow from National Taco Day. And we want you to understand that fitness can be fun.
Hey, you always say this, though. It's all, no matter what we're trying to do,
That's right.
it's all about what you eat. So you can indulge in certain things.
That's right.
Some things with tacos.
That's right. And it's a balance.
But it's about that more than the workout. It's about the eating and then the workout.
Absolutely.
Right. So you don't want to reward yourself
now,
with
so
food.
we're here, but after this, Tom told me he's feeling so good about the tacos, he's going to go ahead and wear that taco.
I get it.
That's
You said
right.
only if I worked out
That's
well
right.
enough.
Only if you burned or he achieved. And here we go right there, guys. Make sure tomorrow you not only enjoy your taco, but you also have fun getting your fitness in.
You know what this reminds me of?
What's that?
Hey, guys, big gulp. Remember that? Justin, you know what I'm talking about, right? Where he's like walking around, has a cowboy hat on.
That's right.
That's a great reference, Tom. Dumb and Dumber. I love that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Big gulps, guys, huh? Hey, yeah. All right. Good stuff. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. That was awesome. So, talking about having stuff in moderation, the donuts over there. Teddy, we can have a donut as long as we work out, right?
That's right.
All right. Good. I like that.
He's going to the box right now.
He's going to the box right now. Teddy's going to eat a donut. Yeah. He worked out. He deserved it. All right. Here it is, guys. We were taking a look at this. Speaking of working out, maybe yesterday you got out for a little bit. I know I got out for a run, and I did run for most of it, which I was proud of myself for. And then it started raining, and I came inside. So that's going to be the thing over the next couple of days is we'll have periods where we will be dry. Like right now, you can see over the Inner Harbor, there's not much in the way of actual, heavy rain that's falling. But it's chilly. You'll need your long sleeves on for sure to get your sweat going. 49, your temperature currently at BWI. North wind about 13 to 15 miles an hour and even gustier near 20 miles an hour. That wind has stayed with us here this morning. Notice on our HD radar, things are looking a little bit better temporarily. I hate to say that, but there's still more rain to come. You can see the larger picture here, this area of low pressure. This is called a coastal low, so it's setting up. The remnants of Ian, it's actually going to move a little bit closer to us over the next couple of days, and that's going to be taking place tomorrow, bringing more of that rain in, even starting late tonight. So here's a look at our hourly future scan. You can see as we get later into the afternoon, there'll be periods we'll have some light to moderate rain, other periods where it will be dry temporarily, but then more of that rain picks up. Look at this, 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight, right as the O's trying to take the field against the Blue Jays for the last 3 games of the year, of the season. We are going to see that rain that stays with us. And even in the overnight hours through tomorrow morning, a lot of this rain is going to come in the overnight, so we'll have another wet commute to deal with, not only tonight, but tomorrow for your morning commute. Look at the additional rainfall totals we're looking at, guys. I mean, a lot of us in that 1 to 2 to close to 3 inches, especially for you on the eastern shore. So Stevensville down through Easton into Denton, that's where we're going to see some of those 2 to 3 inch totals that will be possible. About 1.5 inches to another 2 inches for us from Annapolis up into Baltimore into Cockeysville. Some more rain is on the way on top of what we've already seen. Some 18 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts right now, mainly from the north, and that wind stays with us not only today, but also into tomorrow. So it will be breezy to windy, and your temps don't do much. Daryl the Dragonfly hopefully hanging out in a sheltered environment. Numbers in the mid to upper 50s. That's about it for later today. Check out these numbers. Westminster, Eldersburg, Reisterstown, Cockeysville, all in the lower 50s. Some mid to upper 50s for Towson and down through Baltimore into Dundalk at about 58 today, but that's really about it. Even up and down the 95 corridor. I mean, if you want to be warm, you got to go to Ohio. Who wants to go to Ohio? Come on. 59 in Cumberland, 57 in Baltimore City, 62 your high today in Ocean City. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So not much improvement tomorrow. Finally, by Wednesday, you'll see a little bit of a shift, and we'll see the potential for that sun popping out by Wednesday afternoon. Definitely we'll see sunny skies and warmer numbers into Thursday and Friday. And we're dry this weekend. However, we will be cooler Tom, what's up on the roads?
We got an incident in the tunnels. Yes, Harbor Tunnel northbound, actually. There's two vehicles there. I have a shot up on the smartboard if we're able to take it. If not, looking at your drive times right there in the yellow. That's improving, but this is not. Just this one area right here, northbound Harbor Tunnel, causing some slowdowns. There's one other accident, but there's not any, there's no cameras over there. Also, northbound 695's outer loop, right at 702 Southeast Boulevard. There's also apparently a multi-vehicle accident there right at that curve. You know which curve we're talking about, and that's causing some backups. Homeless encampment prevents some vendors from setting up at the Baltimore Farmers Market. We have a response now coming from Mayor Scott.
And Maryland first responders on the ground in Florida after Hurricane Ian. We have a live update on their relief efforts. That's coming up next. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. (9:24) now. The International Association of Firefighters has deployed more than 50 members to assist with disaster relief in Florida after Hurricane Ian ripped through much of that state. Union members have been hard at work helping with home repairs, counseling, financial support, all the things that people need to rebuild. Vice President of the IAFF and Battalion Chief with the Prince George's County Fire Department, Andrew Pentelis, joining us to share more about their efforts this morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
So how long have you and your guys been in Florida?
So we deployed last Wednesday from the D.C. area with a convoy of members, experienced disaster relief teams, and headed down to Florida to get to work on Thursday. And we've also had other teams that have been on the ground here since that time as well.
And what struck you as you saw what was happening in the aftermath of Ian? Was it what you were expecting?
Well, Ian was rather unique. We've deployed on many disasters. Our IAFF has been in the disaster relief program supporting our members since the early 90s, where we deploy for these types of incidents. But where Ian was unique compared to other disasters was really the wide geographic swath of how Ian impacted the state of Florida. It came in from the southwest, crossed over the central, and then came back around on the east coast. And it was a rather large storm, so it impacted nearly 8,000 IAFF members across the region.
And so what do you all do while you're there?
So our primary goal is to support our members on the ground. Our IFF members, they've been working since before the storm, in prep of the storm, and then well after the storm without relief. They're either coming or going to the fire station, working on searches and rescues that are actively still ongoing at this time. And our goal is to make sure that our members and their families are supported in particular. Our members can't get home for days at a time. So our disaster relief teams are on the ground in support to make sure that their families are safe, that their families' needs are met, initiating any repairs that may be necessary to their homes, and also providing much needed financial support and peer support, because these are some rather traumatic events that our members are experiencing.
That's pretty awesome to have that kind of support, because they're going to be out there on the ground doing the work in the community. You're taking care of them, also helping that community. Thank you so much. How long are you guys going to be down there, or can you tell that at this point?
So we've been down here and operational since last Wednesday, and we anticipate that at a minimum we'll be here at least another week to 10 days.
Wow.
Just because of the number of members that are impacted, we right now, as of today, have 250 calls for service that we need to address, and we'll be here really as long as we need to support our firefighters.
Okay, very nice. Very nice that they have that support. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Baltimore City residents set to decide on term limits for a number of city positions, including mayor, while those behind the effort say voters should join their push.
And Marilyn Mosby is on her way out as city state's attorney. After the break, why one city council member says Mosby has contributed to the rise in crime and violence in the city. 9:27 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are in the home stretch for this year's midterm elections, 5 weeks out until voters make critical decisions about the control of Congress, top offices in Maryland. that will all set the tone for the next 4 years. Straight ahead, a new poll this morning on the race for governor and the choice ahead for Baltimore City residents deciding on term limits for some elected positions. But first, the latest on Ian as the death toll increases in Florida. Good morning to all of you on this October 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen has a day off, and right now, taking a look at this, the storm is said to have claimed 76 lives already in Florida. Now, residents are just beginning to pick up pieces as FEMA embarks on an unprecedented recovery effort. Now, all across the state, though, the National Guard has rescued more than 1,500 people from flood waters. Ian has been sitting on top of our region now for days. What's left over of that storm, bringing steady rain and showers. Ocean City residents are bracing for scenes like this as Ian raises flooding threat all along the coast. The rain not done with us yet. No, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers leading us off with the latest on the weather here for us.
Yeah, exactly right, Tom. Patrice, good morning to you and all of you as well. Appreciate you being here with us. It's been a wet morning, some breaks for some as we look at in our Towson camera right now. Lots of cloud cover out there and chilly temperatures, too. This is all the remnant low from Ian's remnants, essentially a coastal low that is bringing more of that wind and rain. So even if you're getting a break, we're not done. We're going to see more of that rain today into tomorrow as well. And check out these numbers, too. 48 in Westminster, 47 in Bel Air over to Chestertown, 51 in Annapolis, one of the warm spots with air quotes. You can see your out and about cast numbers staying in the mid-50s here over the next couple of hours. Probably another inside day. Yesterday was great football weather to just kind of watch the game, even though we didn't get the desired result from a lot of our teams. Mid to upper 50s next couple of days. We're back to the 60s on Wednesday and finally expect to see some drying by the time we head into Wednesday afternoon. That'll begin the drying process. We'll have a closer look at that and our full forecast over on that big green wall in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Looking at the Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and the Harbor Tunnel is really the issue here. We have two vehicles involved there, northbound. Southbound's also backed up. Not sure exactly why, but one lane northbound, southbound backed up too there in the Harbor Tunnel, and then there's another crash right in Essex, and that is right at Southeast Boulevard, 695's outer loop. So some backup there. Everybody else, you're in the yellow. Drive time's fine along the loops, except for those two incidents. 5 weeks out to Election Day, a new poll shows Wes Moore leading by more than 30 points in the race for governor.
The poll coming from the Washington Post and the University of Maryland found that 60% of registered voters say they would vote for Wes Moore. 28% say they'll vote for Republican candidate Dan Cox.
Now, this Friday, Maryland's highest court will start hearing oral arguments in the lawsuit over counting mail-in ballots before Election Day. Court's decision to hear the case came last Friday, one day after the Court of Special Appeals denied the motion. Republican gubernatorial candidate Cox filed that suit. His attorneys argued counting before November 8th is unconstitutional.
Baltimore voters heading to the polls in November will have the option to vote for or against term limits for city leaders. Question K would apply to the mayor, comptroller, city council president, and council members, limiting them to 2 4-year terms. Former mayoral candidate Bob Wallace joined us earlier this morning to discuss the push. This is a petition that's being pushed by People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, which was largely financed by David Smith, who owns FOX45, just as a point of disclosure. There's been some confusion over the wording of this petition. What do you understand this question to say?
Well, the petition as it stands today applies to certain positions in city government, the mayor, city council. And it gives them a minimum or maximum of 2 terms, 8 years. It does not prevent them from assuming new jobs, a new role, but not staying in the same role for more than 8 years over a 12-year cycle. I had been pushing this, Patrice, for a long, long time. When I ran for mayor in 2020 and looked at the city government and how we were solving problems or not solving problems, there were 3 things that came to mind. We needed to look at leadership. We need to look at the processes, which is how we do what we do, and technology. So we start with leadership, which is political leadership. It became clear to me that we needed new ideas, we needed innovation, and we needed new blood. Running as an independent, I learned firsthand how difficult it is to break in as an independent into this political environment. Our system is designed for 2 parties and no more. And so what I think is important for us as a city to solve our problems and to be a great city is to bring in new ideas, new people, young people, give young people a chance to lead us. I think that can make a difference in our city.
You can read more on the candidates in November's election right now at foxbaltimore.com.
A Baltimore police officer is still in the hospital this morning after he was shot in his leg while responding to a call Friday. Spokesperson for the Baltimore Police Department says the officer is doing well. There's no word on when he'll be released. That shooting ended the month of September on a violent note, although the month saw just 13 homicides, less than any month this year. However, non-fatal shootings are still up, and city remains on pace for more than 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row. This week, we'll continue pressing Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale about his take on the crime. Last week, we pressed him on the slow pace of progress.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction.
Taking a live look now from M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens blow another big lead at home and are dealt a tough loss to one of the best teams in the AFC. Some are arguing that. The Buffalo Bills. Who wrote that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know who wrote any of this script because they're saying it wasn't as shocking as the Miami loss, but it was. It was as bad, if not worse. This is the second time it's happened, and right here at home.
Yeah, that's the worst part. The Ravens moved to 2-2 in the season now. The Ravens held their own in the first half of the game. Then after halftime, the Bills came back. Well, they came back pretty strong. The ending score, Bills 23, Ravens 20. It was their clockwork at the end. The Bills really, that was frustrating to watch.
Just to get it done today, and it's, of course it's disappointing, you work hard all week, you put together, coach put together a good game plan. We go out there, we play good football, for, the majority of the game, just didn't play good enough to win the game. And, we know that we are capable of winning this ball game, just got to find a way to get it done.
Get healthy.
All right, well, switching to another team that should put a smile on your face even if their season is just about over as well. The O's mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, but the team still had something to play for, and that is a winning record. A 3-1 win over the Yankees secured the Birds their first winning season since 2016. The O's are back at it tonight at Camden Yards against the Blue Jays.
3 post office workers have been arrested as part of a $1 million fraud and identity theft scheme. What investigators say happened.
And the amount you pay at the grocery store has gone up. Yes, we all know that. After the break, the bad news about just how long those high costs are going to last. 9:44 is the time. .46 making headlines. At least 125 people are dead after a stampede at an Indonesian soccer match in one of the world's deadliest disasters ever at a sporting event.
Yeah, Saturday's match, take a look at this video right here. It's a rivalry erupted in violence. Tens of thousands of fans of the losing team ended up throwing objects at the players that were on the field, the officials. Eventually, they stormed the stadium pitch, as you see right here. So then riot police ended up firing tear gas, and witnesses say the officers started beating them with sticks and shields. That's what forced a stampede out of the stadium and led to cases of suffocation. More than 300 people ended up being injured. As we said, 125 died. Indonesian authorities fear the death toll could rise.
Pittsburgh police are investigating a man's death following the Steelers game yesterday. Police say they believe the man fell off an escalator at the stadium just after the game against the New York Jets. Paramedics tried to help the man, but he was taken to a local hospital. He later died from those injuries. Now, it's not clear what caused the fall from the escalator.
The neurotrauma consultant who cleared Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa to return to the Buffalo game last weekend is now out of a job.
In your consumer news now, 3 post office workers have been arrested as part of a $1.3 million fraud and identity theft scheme.
Yeah, according to the Justice Department, U.S. postal employees and civilian accomplice stole credit cards in the mail starting in 2018. Department of Justice officials say they use those cards to buy luxury goods in New York and New Jersey and then sell some of those items online. Investigators say the scheme involved hundreds of stolen identities. 5 other people allegedly involved had not been arrested yet, though. Some of those accused could be facing more than 30 years in prison.
Food industry experts say high grocery prices are here for the rest of this year. Analysts and manufacturers say when next year comes, food prices won't necessarily fall even if inflation levels drop. One market research company says food producers aren't seeing their own costs fall in terms of products or labor. Food prices in August were up more than 13% year over year. That is the highest annual hike since March of 1979. Social media sites remain one of the most popular places for Americans to get their news.
But what happens when false information is deliberately being spread, and who should decide what is false and what is true?
National correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us a closer look at the questions that are once again not answered ahead of this next election.
It remains a communications conundrum. How to allow for free speech online, but also fight mis- and disinformation, often reaching people's feeds from foreign adversaries, intent on poking holes in democracy itself.
Big tech has allowed people to disseminate rapidly to millions of viewers or listeners false information about candidates, about events, and with no liability for those misrepresentations.
It's one reason the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency helped form the Election Integrity Partnership, made up of outside researchers like Stanford University's Internet Observatory and the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab.
We had a narrowly tailored scope focused on false and misleading narratives specific to voting.
But with about 35% of the URLs flagged, leading to content being labeled, restricted, or removed, it's an effort many conservatives compare to a federally sanctioned censorship operation.
It looks like what the federal government is trying to do is skirt the law, trying to figure out some way, shape, or form that it can impact and censor Americans.
The state of Texas stepping in with a new law, limiting the ability of these sites to flag or remove posts on their own platforms, a law big tech companies are fighting. Many now believe the questions likely need to be answered by the Supreme Court, with no clear plan ahead for now. The power of big tech not in dispute, but how to walk that tightrope of protecting free speech and fighting the wild spread of misinformation remains unresolved. Just 35 days until the election. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Thanks, Christine. 9:51 is your time right now. Our next weather maker is continuing to be the remnants from Ian hanging around. However, this picture looks just a little bit brighter as we look out toward the Key Bridge right now. Still some of that rain around, and we're going to see more of the rain develop as we get later into the day today. But on our HD radar, again, we're starting to get some pockets of some drier air. You look just a little bit farther to the north and to the east, from Philly all the way down through the eastern part of Delaware, down through the eastern shore. And that's where more of that rain is hanging out. That's because this area of low pressure, which was once Ian, is now just what we call a remnant low, an area of low pressure that's developing as a coastal low sitting off in the mid-Atlantic in the ocean. So here's a look at our hourly future scan, taking you through about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Some of us will get some breaks here and there as we take you later into the afternoon and evening, right about the time for the O's game as they're taking on the Blue Jays tonight. Not sure if they're going to get that game in. Hopefully they got the tarp already on the field because we've had some very wet weather. weather, and that will continue again tonight. The overnight hours, you can see some of those yellow areas there, so we're expecting to see more of that moderate to heavy rain. And when you look at the rainfall totals, these are what we're projecting in terms of the next few days through Wednesday afternoon, especially for you on the eastern shore. Another 2 to 3 inches possible, close to 2 inches again on top of what we've already seen for Cockeysville and Baltimore. Now, we still have a low flooding threat, which is good. However, we're just getting a lot of rain. We're still having that wind get a saturated ground, and that could be knocking over some trees. 18 to 22 mile an hour wind gusts from Baltimore down through Easton right now. Wind will stay with us today and will continue to be an issue through tomorrow with more of that northerly flow. Hank the bird, yeah, well, he's not doing much except trying to stay dry. With that bird as the word cast, temperatures mainly in the 50s today. We keep the 50s around tomorrow. Finally, by Wednesday, we do expect some slightly warmer numbers, and possibly by Wednesday afternoon, that sun will break out. But Thursday and Friday look real nice before we cool down this weekend. 10-day forecast is coming up in a few. Stay with us, won't you? All right, looking out over the Inner Harbor, we are taking a brief break from the rain. Enjoy it while you can because more rain is on the way. And you can see in our 10-day forecast, our temps don't even get out of the 50s today or tomorrow. Finally, by Wednesday, we'll start to see a break and some slightly warmer numbers. And Thursday and Friday look great. It will be chilly this weekend. Notice those numbers only in the 60s for highs.
The weekend.
Yeah.
Sunny.
It looks dry. That was the most important thing.
Yeah. We'll take that.
Yeah.
But we went into fall real fast.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow.